Chapter 248. Oh, doesn't that mean that Liu Yeji's position is high? Mo Wei Tian's eyebrows twitched. I remember his Blood Meridian's weapon is King Kong. But Mo Wei Tian and the rest did not like the Blood Weapons group. To them, Blood Meridian's weapons were no longer mechanical weapons. In an instant, 7 fiery red blade auras filled Tang Tian's vision. Tang Tian's attention was immediately heightened. The martial spirit's silver flame trembled, and his 18 times intuition made everything around him extremely clear. Pu-pu-pu. Who do you think will win? A stern-looking middle-aged man asked. He was the current head of the Mo family, Mo Wei Tian. And beside him, there was a man with a dull expression, dressed like a farmer, but he was the current Mo family's only mechanical grandmaster, Mo Lung. MOZU's arm span was longer than the average person, and the custom-made Coral also had a longer arm span than the average mechanical weapon. The red blade aura was even more astonishing, and the area it covered was even larger. That was simply too shocking. Because of the inertia, his upper body fell forward, and just as he was about to fall, his palms suddenly formed a square palm print and pressed downwards. There was an extremely small space. In another corner of Ink City, compared to Bing's suffocating attacks, MOZU only made Tang Tian feel that it was slightly harder to deal with, completing the grade, a preliminary test, in 6 seconds was definitely a shocking record. 7 blade auras brushed past Tang Tian's scalp and entered the ground behind him, leaving behind 7 charred marks. He was a mechanical grandmaster and could tell the standard of a mechanical weapon with one look. To impress the Mo family, Liu Yeji did not hide his strength and displayed the power of King Kong to the fullest. Rank 6 fire-type blade technique, Flame Flow Blade Tower. The butler reported respectfully, the Blood Weapons group is extremely secretive and secretive. Luckily, we found a Mo family branch family member who had lost contact with them for a long time. He is a mechanical engineer and has been in the Blood Weapons group for a long time and finally has some clues. The history of the Blood Weapons group can be traced back to 1,000 years ago and has been in operation for generations. They are an organization under Onyx Soul, and the higher-ups are all members of Onyx Soul, but their positions are not high. About 7 years ago, their Blood Meridian's weapon technology was gradually perfected, and the high-end weapons were only completed recently. They have already completed 3 high-end armors, Vajra, Skanda, and Yaksha. Mo Lung, whose gaze had not left Thundersnow for a moment, suddenly said coldly, "This mechanical weapon is not simple." The housekeeper replied, "It is said that not long ago, when Liu Yenji was controlling King Kong for a test, he met a mechanical martial artist and was defeated, almost losing his life. A few experts from the Blood Weapons Association surrounded him, but he still managed to escape easily. The higher-ups of the Blood Weapons Association are furious. Vajra is indeed very strong." Mo Lung suddenly said, "He's even stronger than our fearless Wei." The 7 saber rays crisscrossed in the air like a huge net, coming at him head-on without any blind spots. Coral's weapon was a 1.5-meter long machete. There was a red flame pattern on the edge of the machete. When she swung it, the red glow of the machete instantly filled the sky. This tattered mechanical weapon, in Mo Lung's eyes, was as moving as a young lady. Most people would only think that it was ugly, but Mo Lung could see that its structure was very reasonable, with many unique designs. Although it was already beyond recognition, Mo Lung could still see that it had the bloodline of the Southern Cross Army. 6th level strength, with the addition of the mechanical weapon, definitely surpassed the normal 6th level, and was only a step away from the 7th level. Hard to say. Mo Lung was a man of few words. No, Tang Tian did not recognize the opponent's martial technique, but he could see that it was 6th level, fire type. He could not drag this on. After probing a few times, Tang Tian started to swim along MOZU's saber circle. Outside the red saber circle, a blue afterimage with an extremely fast speed appeared and disappeared. The opponent's saber aura was formed from the release of 6th level true power, and its power was close to the 7th level. But Thundersnow's attack was formed from the release of 5th level true power, and its power could reach the 6th level. Naturally, when the opponent's saber aura clashed, it was at a disadvantage. He suddenly turned to ask the housekeeper beside him, "How's the investigation going?" What a sharp saber aura! Mechanical techniques always burned money, and no one knew this better than Mo Wei Tian. The Blood Weapons Association found the Mo family, probably because they lacked money, and hoped to use the Mo family's powerful channels to sell Blood Meridian's weapons in large quantities. Stepping on the skateboard, Thundersnow's speed was extremely fast, sliding close to the ground. Its speed was extremely fast, even faster than before, so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to catch, like lightning. The dried branches on the ground spontaneously combusted. The scorching airflow caused the air to distort, and the floating dust was brought away from the ground by the hot airflow. But after Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw was turned into a unique martial technique by him, his understanding of martial techniques entered a whole new realm. His true power flowed unceasingly in his body, although he was unable to use 6th level true power, causing him to be at a disadvantage in the clash of martial techniques. But at the same time, the consumption of his true power was shockingly low. But Mo Lung's wooden face immediately revealed a strange and suspicious look. He muttered to himself, "How did it run for 6 seconds?" Tang Tian also realized that the opponent was difficult to deal with. MOZU's saber aura became stronger and stronger, the fiery red saber aura emitting an astonishing amount of heat. The surrounding air started to distort. The layers of saber aura protecting Coral's figure also became blurry. No wonder. Mo Wei Tian was enlightened. The light in his eyes flashed, but he was deep in thought. "I never thought that there would actually be a mechanical weapon that is stronger than King Kong. Just that. I don't know which family created it. Find out at all costs." Thundersnow, go, go, go! Was the mechanical techniques really going to be revived? The blade tower continuously shot out fiery red saber aura. As long as Tang Tian got close, the spewed saber aura would shoot towards him like rain. The blade tower did not have any blind spots. "Yes," the housekeeper said respectfully, "but these 3 high-end weapons almost used up all the funds of the Blood Weapons Association. They are in urgent need of funds now." MOZU did not think that Tang Tian would use such a method to dodge the saber aura. Tang Tian roared. Thundersnow's legs that were deeply embedded in the ground suddenly exerted strength. The 2 great monument palm prints were like 2 smooth wooden boards, bringing Tang Tian forward with a swoosh. But very quickly, the 2 of them lost interest in talking. Their gazes were fixated on the blue and red figures that suddenly moved in the field. The opponent's blade techniques were extremely profound. The saber aura was like a practice, stacking layer upon layer, enveloping a circumference of 15 feet. MOZU knew that his Coral was not known for speed, so he might as well stop it using defense as offense. The red saber aura transformed into a defensive circle. Great monument palm prints. Even Lu Yiji's King Kong could not do it. The housekeeper immediately agreed. "Xiu, xiu, xiu." Although these words were piercing to Mo Wei Tian, he also knew that Master Lung was right. Fearless Wei was the strongest mechanical weapon in the Mo family, but it could not compare to King Kong. As a mechanical aristocratic family, the Mo family had never given up on reviving the mechanical techniques. From this point, there was no difference between them and the Blood Weapons Group. MOZU's expression was steady and calm, one saber after another, without any intention of stopping. If the blade tower could reach 10 levels, then he would win. The current mechanical techniques had been in decline for a long time, no matter if it was mechanical martial artists or mechanical weapons. They were all very backward. Mo Wei-Tian was unsure. Every fiery red saber aura did not disappear, but stacked layer upon layer, beside MOZU, forming a blade tower made up of saber auras. The fiery red saber auras piled up layer by layer, clearly divided into 7 levels. Coral's figure also completely disappeared in the blade tower. Tang Tian tried to exchange 2 blows with the opponent. The opponent's saber auras were extremely sharp, his own great monument palm prints. The opponent was actually able to cut through half of it. 6th level true power. The distance of a few feet was instantly covered. The opponent was very tough, but Tang Tian was not surprised. With just a thought, Thundersnow suddenly exerted its strength and rushed towards the fiery red sword tower. Mo Wei-Tian's expression was cold. The blood weapons group is indeed not a good thing, but I am very curious to be able to make them feel threatened by a mechanical weapon. What would it be like? It was Tang Tian's first time encountering a mechanical weapon that used a weapon. Of course, the number of mechanical weapons that he had encountered was pitiful. In terms of using a weapon, Tang Tian was a complete rookie. The great monument palm print that was enveloped by the palm hit the ground. The expected loud bang did not happen. The moment the great monument palm print hit the ground, there was only a pew sound. The direction of the saber aura in the air changed and shot downwards. Tang Tian's eyes flashed a trace of coldness and lightly said, "Thundersnow, let's go." The last sentence, his tone was unspeakably solemn. Lu Yaji's King Kong had already shocked him. If a mechanical weapon could be stronger than King Kong, then wouldn't he have the strength to fight his way into the Heaven Road list? His attainments in the great monument palm print was profound, and he had comprehended a killing technique. The great monument palm print that was condensed was harder than steel, and any ordinary saber aura would only produce a few sparks when it hit. Even his own tan 2A blade could not cut a third of the great monument palm print. This gave Tang Tian a shock. Tang Tian's eyes were as bright as the stars, and the true power in his body was continuously injected into Thundersnow. His upper body leaned forward, as though he was charging forward, causing the 7 saber auras to tremble, and his legs were like nails, fiercely piercing into the ground. Thundersnow's best 3 types of martial techniques were all rank 5 martial techniques. If it was just on paper, Tang Tian would lose without a doubt. Mo Wei-Tian said indifferently, but with such underhanded methods, it seems like their confidence is not enough. But the opponent's saber auras were as dense as rain, and Tang Tian also felt a headache, and the opponent's blade tower was continuously rising. The strong sense of danger made Tang Tian's heart jump. His martial spirit had become stronger, and his intuition had jumped from 18 times to 22 times. Thundersnow was unable to unleash Tang Tian's full strength, and due to cost considerations, Thundersnow's materials were not high quality. This also made Thundersnow suitable to bear the weight of rank 5 true power, and could also bear the weight of rank 6 true power, but after a long time, it would damage the weapon. Tang Tian tried to change a few angles of attack, and was surprised to find that the opponent's saber circle did not have any blind spots. Chapter 249. What do we do? Lu Yaji asked softly. He was never good at scheming. This was Ink City, and the competition was ongoing. Where would the Mo family put their face? A few of the more daring Mo family disciples walked out from the crowd with ashen faces. The previously quiet street was suddenly filled with more than 20 mechanical weapons. A blue shadow shot up from below without any warning. Coral's chin suffered a heavy blow, and the huge force immediately sent it flying into the sky. To him, ordinary mechanical martial artists facing an opponent like Tang Tian had a slim chance of winning. Let Muzi do it, Mr. Zhang said softly. His movements are small. A huge force instantly struck the bottom of the blade tower. This was the first time many of them had seen Mo Lung's true face. Bang! Mocu's face changed. He never thought that the opponent would actually use such an unimaginable method to attack his blade tower. The group of Moc disciples looked at each other. In that moment, they did not know what to do. The Mo family disciples' eyes immediately turned red. Bang! Mo Wei Tian was not as good at mechanical weapons as Mo Lung, but as the Mo family patriarch, he had a broader vision and was able to look at the problem from a higher perspective. Thundersnow immediately understood Tang Tian's thoughts. His originally opened arms suddenly closed, and the two great monument palm prints slammed together. His body collapsed, and like a battering ram, he actually forcefully crashed into the blade tower. Especially Mr. Zhang, he had always prided himself on his intelligence. Just now, he had even spoken big words. The scene before him was like a slap to his face. His face turned green and red. Lu Yizhi was not in the mood to make fun of him. The previous incident with the mysterious armor had already caused him to lose a lot of points in the Elders Guild. If there were to be any accidents during this mission, then his days in the organization would be unimaginable. It was different from the mechanical weapon he had met previously. The mysterious mechanical weapon's performance was unparalleled, and the strength of the mechanical martial artist was even more unfathomable. Such a perfect combination was absolute power. Lu Yizhi could not even think of winning. Lu Yizhi was so shocked that he could not speak. He watched as Mr. Zhang disappeared down the stairs. In a building far away, Mr. Zhang, who was initially shocked by Tang Tian's performance, could not help but laugh. This is an aristocratic family. If it isn't overbearing, how can it be called an aristocratic family? Thundersnow. Not good. Bring Ziyu back. See if he's injured. A calm voice came from behind them. The quarrel drew a straight line of red light in the air and fiercely pierced into the ground. Master Lung. All the Mo clan disciples hurriedly saluted. Please don't do this. Mo Wei Tian looked at Tang Tian with interest. With Mo Lung in the mechanical weapon, he was completely assured. He was even more curious about Tang Tian. He clearly saw the battle just now. To him, Mocu did not make any mistakes. It could even be said that he was very careful and did not reveal any flaws. However, his opponent's fighting style was completely illogical, forcefully creating an opportunity for him. However, Tang Tian had long heard them call this middle-aged man Master Lung just now. He immediately guessed the identity of the middle-aged man and became spirited. After fighting for so long, wasn't it to wait for the higher-ups of the Mo clan to come out? To everyone's knowledge, mechanical weapons were thick, clumsy, powerful, and had good defensive capabilities. Other than being nimble, the mechanical weapon in front of him had no other strong points. However, mechanical martial artists were also unconstrained characters. The two imperfect combinations were unexpectedly compatible and were unexpectedly difficult to deal with. As a mechanical martial artist, Mocu was much more professional than Tang Tian. He did not even need to think to know what kind of situation he was in. However, Tang Tian's move just now had caused the true power in his body to backfire, and was now in a mess. Once he lost control of his true power to a mechanical martial artist, it meant defeat. All the disciples of the Mo family trembled. A middle-aged man who looked like a farmer with a calm face appeared on the street. Where did this fellow come from? Lu Yizhi hesitated for a while, but did not refute. Indeed, King Kong was too eye-catching. If they were to fight, the commotion would not be small. Mo Wei Tian calmly walked past them. All of them froze, not daring to move an inch. The authority of the patriarch was something that outsiders could not imagine. to the organization. This mission was extremely important, but Mo Wei Tian did not see it that way. The fellow in front of him was completely unconventional in his fighting style, causing his eyes to light up. Even if Mo Ziyu and Tang Tian were to fight again, he still felt that the possibility of Tang Tian winning was higher. A heavy blow came from his back. Even with the protection of the mechanical weapon, Mo Ziyu almost fell. Thunder Snow's weak cries of protest reached Tang Tian's heart. Tang Tian immediately consoled her. "Be good, let him touch you, and you won't lose a piece of meat." Other than the appearance of the mechanical weapon, the level of true power it could withstand was only at the 5th level. In truth, this performance was much worse than his King Kong. But the series of unimaginable movements caused his heart to tremble. The mechanical weapon was too agile. Now that mechanical weapons were getting bigger and bigger. 3. For tall mechanical weapons were already very common. Mo Wei Tian walked into the courtyard. A few gloomy-looking martial artists stood guard outside the door. These few martial artists were emitting a dangerous and strong qi. All of them were Heaven's Road grade. To a rich and imposing mechanical aristocratic family, hiring a few strong martial artists was a normal thing. There was actually such a nimble mechanical weapon in the world. For the Mo family to be able to host the Horizon Exchange competition, it could not be separated from the fact that they had a mechanical grandmaster engineer. This kind of unconventional fighting style was extremely outstanding, but it also had a high requirement for the mechanical weapon. Normal mechanical weapons could not possibly be so nimble. Tang Tian stood at the side, obediently. Thunder Snow stood there, being touched by Mo Lung over and over again. Sai Lei stood at the side, her expression slightly anxious. Master Mo Lung was her target that year. Mo Ziyu, who was preparing his killing technique, cursed. The true power in his body was in chaos, and he was unable to move. This caused Lu Yiji's face to become extremely ugly. Just at this moment, Mo Lung stopped his movements and frowned. A gust of wind blew past. Thunder Snow's tattered body in the sky released a huala huala sound. In the quiet street, it spread far and wide. Thinking about it, he felt that it was the most direct and efficient method. As long as they got rid of the two of them, the other party would not be able to do anything. Even if the Mo family knew that they were the ones who did it, they could not do anything. His gaze swept across the few people outside the courtyard. He was not afraid of Heaven's Road grade martial artists. What is more shocking than killing the two of them in front of them? Mr. Zhang said coldly, "I have thought it through. Our previous methods were too gentle. That was my mistake. We should not have given the Mo family the space to hesitate. We need to let the Mo family understand what bullshit mechanical aristocratic family. They are just ants. This world is much bigger than they think. We are also much stronger than they think." Tang Tian pointed to the courtyard door. "She is inside." Tang Tian broke into a run and ran towards the courtyard. To many people, Mo Ziyu lost unjustly. The two of them looked at each other, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. A furious roar suddenly entered his ears. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out from behind the Mo family disciples. Among the spectators were a large number of Mo family disciples. Mo Ziyu's strength was clear to them. Coral was the strongest mechanical weapon in the Mo family other than Fearless Wei. It cost a total of 30 million star coins. But this kind of mechanical weapon was actually defeated by a broken mechanical weapon that could break at any time. "I will go now." Mr. Zhang's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. The originally orderly true power lost control on the spot. The layers and layers of blade auras exploded like a hornet's nest. They flew out in all directions like fireworks. Mo Lung acted as though he did not hear anything. Ignoring the Mo family disciples, he walked straight to Tang Tian and asked, "Who created this mechanical weapon?" Without saying a word, Mo Lung immediately turned and walked towards the courtyard, ignoring Tang Tian. The surrounding people all sucked in cold air. Everyone looked at the unremarkable middle-aged man in shock. In Ink City, there was only one person who could be called Master Lung. That was Mo Lung, the Mo family's mechanical grandmaster. The title of mechanical grandmaster was not easy to obtain. In the entire Heaven's Road, the number of people who could be called mechanical grandmaster could be counted with one's fingers. All of them were the top figures in the mechanical domain, although Mozu's head was protected by the mechanical weapon, but the strong power penetrated through the armor, causing his mind to be muddled. Lu Yizhi did not say a word. His gaze stared intently at the broken mechanical weapon. Everyone's face turned white. Patriarch, Muzi, countless rocks flew. In the shallow pit filled with cracks, coral did not move at all. Everyone retreat. The fiery red blade tower enlarged rapidly. Tang Tian bellowed, "Thunder snow!" The huge street was dead silent. He was unsure. Lu Yizhi thought of the strange figure. His heart trembled. Muzi was a dangerous person that no one dared to provoke in the organization. He was a strong martial artist on the Heaven's Road list. Dealing with a few Heaven's Road grade martial artists was easy. Mr. Zhang quickly calmed down. His eyes flashed fiercely. He said, "Wait for the Mo family to leave." Lu Yizhi was shocked. Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lung are still here. In comparison, although his own King Kong was extremely strong, it was as stupid as a cow. His back was cold. With such terrifying agility, coupled with the opponent's unconstrained attacks, if he were to face them, would he have the confidence to win? He made a slashing gesture. Lu Yizhi's heart trembled. It was his first time seeing such an intricate mechanical weapon. When Mo Wei Tian appeared, Lu Yizhi and Mr. Zhang's faces changed. A mechanical grandmaster. He should have a lot of power. Yushan, who was not a nobody. He was the strongest mechanical martial artist in the entire Mo family, other than Mo Wu Wei. But such a strong martial artist actually lost to a nobody. Chapter 250. Just as Mo Wei Tian was racking his brains to think of a way to protect the two of them, Tang Tian's brainless words caused him to freeze. "Asshole, at this time, you actually dare to provoke the opponent." Mo Wei Tian clapped his hands. "Good. Mechanical spirit weapon. That's a good name." Sai Lei said generously, "Of course, I am prepared to sell the design of Thunder Snow to the Mo family." He changed the topic. This new type of mechanical weapon is completely different from the previous mechanical weapons. Why don't we give it a new name? Sai Lei did not want to argue with Mo Lung on this issue and said, "Why?" "Because the martial techniques now are too strong. There are all sorts of martial techniques, and they can satisfy all the needs of the people. If the power is not enough, there are star treasures. Then what role should we define the mechanical weapons as? My understanding is to support, to assist in training, to assist in battles. We can increase the power of the release of true power. We can let martial artists use martial techniques that they have never trained in before. But all of this requires it to be smart enough, nimble enough. If not, in this era of refined martial techniques, it will not have a place to live." To keep it a secret, Sai Lei changed Corvus gold to black gold. One word, and no one would be able to guess. 2 million star coins. Mo Lung immediately glared at them. "You actually used 2 million star coins to create the body of the mechanical weapon." Mo Wei Tian was a decisive person. He did not hesitate. 5 billion black gold. We want it all. Mechanical weapons are not tools. Mo Lung retorted unhappily. Sai Lei was startled. For Thundersnow's design, she originally only wanted 10 million star coins or something, although her design was outstanding. And the idea of the martial spirit was also very novel. But as long as her mechanical weapon, once it entered the market, very quickly there would be imitations. To the mechanical grandmasters, those slightly lower-level techniques were just a layer of window paper. Sai Lei was not the least bit modest. She raised her beautiful face with a trace of pride. "I am already a grandmaster." To Tang Tian and Sai Lei, this was definitely a huge sum, even enough for them to buy a remote planet. Tang Tian and Sai Lei could not help but be speechless at the Mo family's strong financial resources. 2 billion without even blinking. It was a huge sum. When Tang Tian saw the other party's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. Don't look down on this one year. The Mo family had Mo Lung, a mechanical grandmaster, and with Thundersnow's technology, they could definitely develop their own new mechanical weapon. Spending 200 million to buy a year of time, even Sai Lei could not help but admire Mo Wei Tian's decisiveness. Tang Tian and Sai Lei looked at each other. Both of them were wild with joy. The other party knew that a metal that can replace soul jade. Sai Lei had been waiting for them. Scarecrow Mu Zi, Heaven Road, list ranking 9856 or 9853. Tang Tian scratched his head, his face confused. Patriarch, Mo has a good eye. A sharp voice came from the grass. Clumps of green grass were incomparably thick, covering his entire body. They were as dense as hair. Sai Lei shook his head. "We're not interested in doing business." Mo Wei Tian's face was extremely ugly. The guards outside were all Heaven's Road experts that he had hired with a huge sum of money. In such a short period of time, they were all killed by someone. One could only imagine the strength of the intruder. Sai Lei explained, "Considering the cost of Thundersnow is 5 million star coins. The main consumption is our black gold, which is worth 5 million star coins. The other materials are only worth 2 million star coins." Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lung were shocked. Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lung's body trembled at the same time. The two of them looked at each other. Mo Wei Tian immediately understood Mo Lung's gaze. Buy it at all costs. Mo Wei Tian could not help but clap his hands. He praised. "These few years, this is the most insightful discussion I've ever heard. Just based on this discussion, you can already be called a grandmaster. You look so weird." Sai Lei said calmly, "That's right. I'm here to sell the black gold to the Mo family." Mo Wei Tian did not ask further. Many mechanical grandmasters were engrossed in research and had no interest in worldly affairs. After coming to an agreement, regardless if it was Tang Tian, Sai Lei, Mo Wei Tian, or Mo Lung, they all revealed a smile. Mo Wei Tian understood from Sai Lei and Tang Tian selling the black gold that they did not intend to mass produce. Mo Lung circled around Thundersnow. He was mesmerized by it. Since he knew that Thundersnow had a martial spirit, he could see more about it. He was secretly surprised. When Sai Lei said that he was already a grandmaster, he did not believe him. But now he no longer had any doubts. "All right," Sai Lei agreed. "The Mo family was the first to come. We have sincerity. If you increase the cost of Thundersnow to 6 million star coins, then Thundersnow's battle power can be greatly increased. Thundersnow's perfect design is meant for a 6th-level martial artist to use. This batch of black gold can be used to manufacture 1,000 sets of Thundersnow." But Mo Wei Tian knew how to do business. His face did not change. "Thundersnow's design. Of course we want it." Mo Wei Tian exclaimed out loud, his face revealing a look of shock, his face turning pale white. other than that ugly Blood Meridian's weapon. 1,000 sets of thunder snow. This number made Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lung suck in a breath of cold air. Why are you using such poor materials? Mo Lung's tone was filled with displeasure. His eyes were filled with anger. To him, such an outstanding design. How could they use such poor materials? Mo Wei Tian's eyes twitched. The Zhang family was Jimo's Zhang family. The other families were all famous for their mechanical techniques. That's right. This is the way the Blood Weapons Gang does things. Scarecrow did not care. The thick grass gently fluttered. Pa, pa, pa. Thunder Snow's design. I offer 200 million. Mo Wei Tian was decisive. Sai Lei suddenly interrupted Mo Wei Tian and said, "We have about 5 billion star coins worth of black gold. And Thunder Snow's design. We do not only intend to sell it to the Mo family. We also want to sell it to the Zhang family, Bronze Tribe, Iron Mist City, Fornax Constellation, and a few other families." Scarecrow, Muzi, Mo Wei Tian's face changed. The other party did not even avoid him. This was a warning to others. "But I have a request." Mo Wei Tian said seriously, "I need a year's time. Within a year, you are not allowed to sell this technology to any other party." Sai Lei thought for a while and said, "Then why not call it a mechanical spirit weapon?" Scarecrow's green eyes landed on Tang Tian and Sai Lei. He said calmly, "I want to kill the two of them." The warehouse door was pushed open. In the strong light, a figure slowly walked towards them. The other party's body was covered with thick grass. It was so dense that only a pair of wolf-like green eyes could be seen. Suddenly, a few groans came from outside. Everyone's face changed. In our era, what kind of mechanical weapons do we need? Everyone will say that it is a strong mechanical weapon. But what kind of mechanical weapon is considered a strong mechanical weapon? My understanding is that a sufficiently intelligent mechanical weapon and a clever tool will always be more popular than a strong tool. Sai Lei's eyes lit up with a fanatical light. It was as though there was a ball of fire dancing in his eyes. Because the era is different. In the era of the 3 big armies, the martial techniques system was unclear. There was very little understanding of the martial spirit. Borrowing the power of the mechanism, it allowed people to become stronger. But now, the martial techniques system has developed to its peak. The research on the martial spirit is increasing day by day. Personal training has become more effective and can go further. What about us mechanical engineers? We are just blindly hugging the old. No matter how glorious the past is, it is still the past. It has nothing to do with us. The future and the present are ours. This is Ink City. To kill my guest in front of me. Very good. Is this the style of the Blood Weapons Group? Mo Wei Tian's face was as dark as water. Mo Wei Tian's attention was attracted by the black gold that Sai Lei mentioned. What is black gold? Don't worry. I will not kill you. Creak. Mechanical spirit weapon. Mechanical spirit weapon. Mo Lung repeated it twice. He nodded his head and praised. This name is very appropriate. Spirit Jade. Mo Lung was attracted by Sai Lei's words. His eyes suddenly exploded with a ray of light. This mechanical weapon has a martial spirit. If I defeat you, my ranking can go up a few ranks. Just at this time, Tang Tian laughed. He revealed his white teeth and said without thinking, Mo Wei Tian was surprised. He did not expect that the other party was actually here to promote black gold. He muttered, Miss Sai Lei's explanation is very interesting. Thunder Snow is also very strong. But our Mo family, after all, does not have such techniques. 2 billion star coins. Mo Wei Tian was stunned. But with his sharp senses, he suddenly thought of something. He asked, "You are from the Blood Weapons Group." Mo Wei Tian's eyes flashed. He immediately laughed. "Seems like the two of you came prepared. I believe that the two of you are not here to talk about such things with me." Sai Lei and Tang Tian then realized that Mo Wei Tian wanted to swallow it up and seize the initiative. The meaning behind this sentence made the two of them ponder. "You do not intend to do the business of mechanical weapons." Mo Wei Tian glanced at Sai Lei. If they were to do mass production of mechanical weapons, they would definitely not sell black gold. Huh. The Scarecrow was stunned. He stopped in his tracks. His pupils suddenly dilated. These words struck Mo Lung's heart. He was known as a mechanical grandmaster. He knew that the current mechanical weapons had declined. It was a decline in all aspects. Every generation of mechanical engineers wanted to revive the mechanical techniques. But until now, they did not see any signs of the revival of the mechanical techniques. The Scarecrow suddenly raised his head and looked at Tang Tian. His dazed face did not have a trace of fear. Knowing so much is not a good thing for the Mo family patriarch. The Scarecrow said slowly, "Your eyes are like a torch." Sai Lei complimented Mo Lung. She knew how to interact with people like Grandmaster Mo Lung. She spoke with assurance. "I have always been thinking about how to create a truly strong mechanical weapon. The current mechanical weapons, compared to the era of the three big armies, have declined for a long time. Our current mechanical weapons, compared to the mechanical weapons of the Southern Cross Army era, are far inferior." "Why?" Tang Tian suddenly appeared beside Sai Lei and protected her behind him. Chapter 251. Murderous intent surged in Mu Zi's eyes. All these scrap metals were going to be smashed. Just at this time, Mu Zi's heart was filled with danger. Tang Tian, who was enveloped by the rain of needles, suddenly released an extremely dangerous aura. The grass on his body suddenly grew crazily, forming a thick layer of grass carpet in front of him. Mu Zi was moved. The goat was like a light arrow, rushing forward while sticking close to the ground. Just by relying on its speed, it was able to escape the two rain of needles. But Mu Zi's attack covered a wide area with the goat's speed. Even though it dodged the two rain of needles, it still crashed into one rain of needles. Mu Zi's heart had a bad premonition. Suddenly his pupils constricted, and his face changed. The eyes of the three mechanical beasts suddenly lit up with a faint light aura. Mechanical beasts? It was like the sound of a metal rod hitting a metal ball. "CSIS." Mu Zi was surprised to be able to dodge his rain of grass needles. It seemed like there was something to it. A cold light blossomed in the air. A few strands of grass were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. He flicked his fingers. "You must not die." She trembled as she took out 3 metal balls from the Aquarius Marshall cabinet. The metal balls were the size of walnuts, shining brightly. Sai Lei's hands trembled violently. Ding, ding, ding. The 3 metal balls kept colliding with each other in her hands. She subconsciously threw the 3 metal balls out. Goo, goo, goo. The 3 metal balls rolled along the ground towards Mu Zi. The sharp sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, and a dense cluster of grass needles shot towards Tang Tian like a torrential rain. Grass needle language. Rank 6 would attribute martial technique. The tortoise in the goat's mouth suddenly lit up with a faint light aura, illuminating the copper coin patterns on the tortoise's back. The madly sprinting goat suddenly spat out the tortoise. The tortoise rolled in the air. The goat's eyes flashed and suddenly leapt up. The bronze squirrel who was holding on to the goat's horns suddenly opened up its tail, turning into a bronze umbrella protecting the goat. Tang Tian, who was waving his shield, suddenly felt a sense of danger. Tang Tian raised the bleeding cat blade scythe in his hands and lightly slashed. When Sai Lei squatted down, the area that Tang Tian could defend immediately became smaller. Tang Tian's gaze suddenly froze. The soft grass was actually as hard as steel. Muzi was surprised. Although the power of each grass needle was not big, it was not small either. It was equivalent to a flying needle released by a fifth-level true power, but with such a terrifying amount gathered together, it was astonishing. However, the frequency at which the opponent swung his shield did not decrease at all. He did not even pant. What a powerful strength! His palms were like water plants. With a gentle wave, the green grass left his palms and floated in front of him. He flicked his finger and whispered, "Go!" Tang Tian hurriedly brandished the blood rush shield. He did not understand any shield martial techniques, but his intuition was astonishing, and his brute force was strong. When he brandished the shield, it was airtight. Just now, these few pools of grass juice had produced countless thin threads that connected with the rain of needles in the sky. Muzi's expression changed. He had never seen such a strange mechanical beast before. In the blink of an eye, the bronze tortoise in front of him was enveloped in a ball of green light. Its flat body was like a metal spear. The green grass hit the blood rush shield, creating a concentrated sound. What made Tang Tian surprised was that the soft grass was not only as hard as steel, but its strength was not weak either. He did not make any movements, but a few strands of grass that were as straight as needles quietly floated down. Without a sound, they floated towards Tang Tian. Ding, ding, ding. Muzi almost laughed out loud. Furthermore, it was such a small mechanical beast. What use could it have? The rain of grass needles hit the bronze umbrella, sparks flew everywhere. The bronze squirrel was like a sieve, its body trembling nonstop. It opened its mouth wide and stared blankly. Muzi's arm gently waved in the air. The sky full of grass immediately changed. A few blades of grass went around Tang Tian's sides and shot towards Tang Tian's back. Muzi's expression was solemn. He suddenly clasped his hands together. "Hold your head and squat down." "Pooh, not good. How could this be? It must be a little girl's toy." The bronze goat suddenly crouched down. The bronze squirrel jumped onto the back of the bronze goat. The goat immediately bit the tortoise on the ground. The goat arched its body. Its eyes flashed. It lowered its head and rushed towards Muzi. The three rolling balls suddenly exploded, turning into three miniature mechanical beasts. One was a bronze squirrel, one was a bronze turtle, and one was a bronze goat. The three mechanical weapons were all very mini. They were only the size of a palm. They were completely made of bronze and were extremely delicate. In midair, the right front hoof lit up with a bright light. Aiming at the tortoise, it fiercely kicked. So fast, only a little girl would spend her time on such flashy things. The sky was filled with grass rain. Tang Tian, who was wielding the blood rush shield, was like a boulder. No matter how dense the grass rain was, he was able to block it. This was ding, ding, ding. What is that? He felt as though he was struck by a ferocious star spirit beast. The terrifying and peerless energy instantly permeated into his internal organs and out of his body. Wood attribute martial techniques were mainly divided into two categories. One was medical martial techniques, and the other was combat martial techniques that focused on killing. Wood attribute medical martial techniques required meticulousness, while wood attribute combat martial techniques were known for their strangeness and variability. Tang Tian was shocked. Sai Lei was also within the range of the opponent's attack. Tang Tian was immediately surrounded by danger. Ding, ding, ding. A few grass needles broke through Tang Tian's shield and pierced deeply into the ground beside Sai Lei's feet. Only a few small needle marks were left. Sai Lei, who was hugging her head, squatting on the ground, looked at the few needle marks. Her face turned pale, and her mind went blank. The other needles took the opportunity to sneak attack. Could it be Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lung were both stunned? The number of mechanical martial artists that managed to enter the Heaven Road list was pitiful. Every single one of them had a strong background. Mo Wei Tian was clear that this young lad in front of him was not one of them. The entire warehouse was under Mu Zi's control. Not a single corner could escape his eyes. The three balls attracted his attention. In the shadow of the shield, Tang Tian suddenly smiled at him. Tang Tian was prepared to dodge to the side. He suddenly remembered that Sai Lei was behind him. He immediately stood still. Fireside Ghost Claw was not suitable for defense. Just at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. He was overjoyed. Shwa, 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 shwa. He suddenly opened his palm. A large wind formed from grass enveloped the three mechanical beasts. After that attack, the three mechanical beasts seemed to have used up all their energy. They were blown around by the wind. Suddenly, four identical Tang Tian appeared in front of him. The four Tang Tians suddenly split up. From four different directions, they rushed towards Mu Zi. The complacent Mu Zi's smile suddenly froze. The young lady had just found the sea of star coins. The goat did not have any intention of dodging. Its speed increased. His fingers secretly flicked. The true power in his body quietly injected into the grass. The grass immediately turned green. It broke free from his body and blended into the grass needle rain. In the sky full of needles, a straight light arrow appeared in front of Mu Zi. Suddenly, the clashing sounds disappeared. They rushed out of the grass needle rain. His eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. The opponent was strong. The scalp-numbing clashing sounds continued. Before his consciousness disappeared, the last thing he saw was a figure holding a shield. His body flew up. 1,000 cranes converging. Slash. Ping. Mu Zi was stunned. You really have some skills. Mu Zi laughed. No wonder you are so arrogant. His heart jumped. He suddenly raised his head. Mu Zi saw Tang Tian take out his shield. He was initially cautious, but now he completely relaxed. He wanted to use a shield to defend against his grass needle language. What wishful thinking! The flying needles did not have much power, but the number of needles was astonishing. The power gathered was astonishing. If not for Tang Tian's innate strength, he would have been knocked down by the force. Tang Tian roared at Sai Lei. Sai Lei, who was already frightened, immediately hugged her head and squatted down. The bronze tortoise fiercely pierced into the grass carpet. The goat's eyes flashed. Its hooves lit up with a light aura. It nimbly twisted its body. Its speed suddenly increased. It was able to escape the grass needle rain. The light aura on the goat's hooves became brighter. Its speed was like an angry arrow. You guys can't escape. The sky full of needles suddenly split into a few groups. It transformed into a few needles and flew towards the goat from different angles. Mu Zi groaned. He retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself. He felt a faint pain in his chest. His face was ugly. He had almost failed miserably. As expected of mechanical engineers, they would always have some weird things on them. He opened up his palms. His palms were covered with thick grass. Amidst the soft green grass, a few strands of grass straightened and let out a light clang sound. A cold green light flashed on the tip of the grass. On the back of the mountain goat, the bronze squirrel's mouth was still wide open. It stared blankly at its tail, which looked like a broken lotus leaf. It was dumbfounded, but the three mechanical beasts stood there in a daze. They looked at each other. After a while, they suddenly turned their heads and looked at Mu Zi. The tortoise suddenly disappeared. Grass needle hurricane. Mu Zi did not care. With a point of his finger, a cluster of grass needles flew towards the three mini-mechanical beasts. The sharp whistling sound suddenly increased. Don't die. Without waiting for him to react, a few grass needles landed on the blood rush shield. Tang Tian immediately sensed that something was amiss. The grass needles shattered and immediately turned into a puddle of grass juice, staining the surface of the blood rush shield. A simple and unadorned shield appeared in his hands. Blood rush shield. Mu Zi's eyes blurred. Tang Tian's figure was like a ghost, appearing in front of him out of nowhere. Not good. He did not have time to react. The shield struck his body. A wave of power that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas suddenly burst forth. If he was enveloped by this technique, he would definitely die. Such big words. The scarecrow laughed lightly. The grass on his body swayed. Slightly. Scarecrow, Heaven's Road, list number 9854. Ding, ding, ding. Mu Zi's heart flashed a trace of panic. For people rushed over. That kind of pressure was extremely strong. Just like that, the 4 identical figures suddenly disappeared. Tang Tian felt the blood rush shield in his hands sink. It was as if it had sunk into water. It suddenly became sluggish. However, this was the end of it. Chapter 252, Mo Wei Tian said, "Please stay at my residence for 2 nights. What happened to Ziyu and Mo Lu was our Mo family's fault. Please give us a chance to make amends." Why not? Sai Lei looked at Tang Tian with disdain. But thinking about the performance of the 3 beasts, Sai Lei was pleased. How is it? Not bad, right. I was bored at that time, so I casually made them. Goats are the smartest, but also the most aggressive. Tortoises are the laziest. Squirrels are the most slow-witted. I was bored by myself, so I made these 3 beasts to keep me company. Mo Wei Tian was surprised. Mo Lung was usually very slow, but he was so smart today. Mo Wei Tian was already thinking about how to curry favor with the 2 of them. The first thing he thought of was money. From the way the 2 of them were ecstatic, it seemed like they were in need of money. Although the Mo family was a mechanical aristocratic family, their influence was weak. But they had a strong point, which was that they were rich. For him to be able to succeed, the 3 beasts played a huge role. He wanted to let the Blood Weapons Association see the results of his battle. But how should he give it to them? Tang Tian pointed to the 3 beasts and asked Sai Lei, "What are these 3? Tang Tian held the silver plate in his hand and injected his true power into it. His face revealed a look of joy. He did not know that he had given Mo Wei Tian, and the rest a huge shock. 1 silver plate, on it was an engraving of a drawing frame. Sai Lei did not mass-produce mechanical spirit weapons, so he did not have any conflict with the Mo family. "You flatter me," Mo Wei Tian replied, his face full of joy. As expected, he who keeps company with ink will be stained black. Yeah. Sai Lei's voice was filled with joy. She had completely recovered from the shock. Tang Tian dragged the lifeless Mu Zi towards the door. His eyes flashed with a cold light. When would he be able to reach such a stage? Tang Tian's eyes were filled with star coins. The Blood Weapons Association had suffered heavy losses and would definitely not let it go. To any organization, the loss of a Heaven Road list martial artist would be a huge loss. Mo Wei Tian's mind immediately became active. Although the mechanic aristocratic family was wealthy, their reputation was low, and they were unable to attract the strong martial artists of the Heaven Road list. After all, the engineering arts had been in decline for too long. Although the Mo family could be called an aristocratic family, in the circle they were just picking out the tallest among the dwarves. In the entire Heaven's Road, there was no competition. "You're too polite." Tang Tian smiled brightly. Tang Tian was stunned. Mechanical beasts can also add martial spirits. The tortoise slowly crawled over. Tang Tian recognized the pattern Piccolo, bang. The floor, the pillars, and the walls were all densely packed with pinholes. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Even Thundersnow's body was riddled with holes, densely packed together. Scarecrow was a strong martial artist on the Heaven's Road list. Although the Mo family was known as the mechanical aristocratic family, and they were powerful in Mo City, they did not have a single martial artist on the Heaven's Road list. They only had a few martial artists that they were familiar with, no matter what he needed help from others. As long as they gave him face and helped him, it would be a huge favor. This Chien Mo Wei Tian was definitely willing to help them, and he was definitely willing to help them generously. He was clear of the huge potential that these two people had. Mo Wei Tian and Mo Lung were dumbstruck. They looked at Mu Zi, who was embedded in the cracks on the wall, countless of radiating cracks, with his body as the center, extended to all four sides of the wall. It was a spectacular sight. Green grass juice and red blood covered the entire wall. Why does this guy want to deal with us? Tang Tian pointed at Mu Zi and asked in confusion. Tang Tian laughed. Then I'll have to trouble you. The Mechanical Society was a small circle. Tang Tian did not mind. After handing over the Corvus Gold, he returned to Three Spirits City. Then he continued towards Southern Cross Constellation to look for Chia. Mo Wei Tian told her worries to Tang Tian. Suddenly, she remembered that the person in front of her was Master Mo Lung. She shrunk her head and stuck out her tongue. Finished. She had been led astray by this crazy young man. Oh my God, how could she say such unstylish words in front of Master Mo Lung? There was no need to doubt the usefulness of this item, but it was not beneficial to her training. It would make her overly reliant on it. Even after trying it out, the feeling of being able to use it as if it was her own arm made Tang Tian extremely infatuated. Yaya shook the little flag on her, but with all her might. Her mouth was emitting sounds of ya. Her chubby little hands were constantly gesturing. He. Mo Wei Tian felt that her tongue was too big. Heaven's Road list martial artists were the top 10,000 martial artists in Heaven's Road. Tang Tian kindly reminded Mo Wei Tian, they won't vent their anger on you guys, right? Tang Tian did not know that he had been scolded countless of times in his heart. He had already removed Mu Zi from the wall and searched her body. Mu Zi's silver Aquarius cabinet was smaller than his. The things inside were messy. He did not look carefully. His attention was attracted by the other thing on Mu Zi's body. The squirrel's dazed gaze finally moved away from its remaining tail. It turned to look at Yaya. When it saw Yaya, its eyes widened and it was stunned. Hearing the summon, Yaya's eyes turned. She turned her buttocks and pounced towards Sai Lei. The little flag on Yaya's butt swayed back and forth. Adding on to the fact that Yaya's butt was meaty, she really looked like she was jumping. When Tang Tian's true power was injected into the silver plate, all of the true power suddenly became extremely obedient. Tang Tian could use his strength to make many complicated changes that he could not do in the past. It was as if there was a painting hand hidden inside the silver plate, and it was waving freely. No wonder Mu Zi was able to control so many grass needles and was still able to produce such complicated changes. The reason was all because of this silver graffiti hand. But to be able to control the Mo family, Mo Wei Tian was naturally not a simple person. The mechanical spirit weapon could possibly change the awkward position of the mechanical techniques. Listen to it. How heroic. It was much more awe-inspiring than chopping you to death, using money to smash you to death. A talented mechanical grandmaster and a Heaven Road list martial artist such a combination could be said to be very strong. Unfortunately, Tang Tian did not know, and after carefully thinking about the details, Mo Wei Tian was surprised to find out that the one who was in control of the two was actually this silly-looking young man. It was all because of Tang Tian, this asshole. Even in Mo Wei Tian's eyes, a Heaven Road list martial artist was high up. So when Mu Zi appeared, Mo Wei Tian was shocked. But when he personally witnessed the fall of a Heaven Road list martial artist in front of him, he was at a loss. Hearing that, Sai Lei was moved and looked at Tang Tian. Silver graffiti hand, Piccolo constellation silver treasure. The mechanical aristocratic families all had a close relationship with the mines. Mechanical beasts were weak in battle, but they were very suitable for mining. This was the true reason why the mechanical aristocratic families became rich. As for selling the mechanical weapons, they did not earn much money. It was just to maintain their reputation. The only weakness was that it required true power to be injected into it to be effective. Mo Wei Tian was in a difficult position. They had just reached an agreement. In such a short period of time, he could not find an excuse to give the money. Goatee turned his body, arched his body, and lowered his horns, looking very alert. Sai Lei proudly said, "Of course, Sai Lei's goal is to be the greatest mechanical grandmaster." Whatever the blood weapons group, he reckoned he would not have anything to do with it. The warehouse was in a mess. Aristocratic families. It sounded glorious, but to the millions of stars in Heaven Road, aristocratic families were just as common. Suddenly, Yi appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards the three little monsters while squeaking and squeaking. "He's dead." Tang Tian gasped for breath and kept the blood rush shield. Luckily, he had this treasure today. If not, he would have been in trouble. The fireside ghost claw was extremely sharp and powerful, but it was not suitable for defense. Thinking about how he should not have given the brat a chance to speak, if he had attacked the moment Mu Zi appeared, he would not be in such a passive position. Mo Wei Tian laughed and said, "Don't worry, although the Mo family does not have a Heaven Road list martial artist, but we are not a pushover. Unless the blood weapons group disregards everything. Furthermore, the blood weapons group does not have sufficient funds. If they want to fight with us, we will use money to crush them." I did not expect that little brother would be a Heaven Road list martial artist. Sorry for not recognizing you. Mo Wei Tian quickly bowed. Mo Wei Tian immediately had a good impression of him. It was his first time meeting such a friendly Heaven Road list martial artist. Furthermore, he was so young, his future was limitless. But Tang Tian quickly regained his senses, and his heart was secretly alerted. If Tang Tian knew what Mo Wei Tian was thinking, he would have shot forward and extended his palm. "Mechanical beast." Sai Lei hugged and pinched Yaya and said, "A mechanical beast with a martial spirit, you can't even tell?" Mo Wei Tian did not hesitate. He is from the blood weapons group. Tang Tian, who was secretly summarizing his experience, looked at Sai Lei on the ground and relaxed. It was good that this woman was not injured. Suddenly, he thought of the three weird mechanical beasts. Tang Tian listened with a face full of envy. Immediately, he told Mo Wei Tian the ins and outs of the blood weapons group, as well as their plans. Without a doubt, Mo Wei Tian had completely sided with Tang Tian. The blood weapons group's conditions were much harsher than Tang Tian's, and Tang Tian was a Heaven Road list martial artist. "Let's go out." The bronze goat dug its hooves, the bronze squirrel stared blankly at its broken tail, and the tortoise climbed out from the grass. A green figure flew up and hit the wall heavily. Mo Lung said, Our MO family has some secrets on mechanical weapons, of course. They are far from Miss Silay's. If Miss Silay is interested, you can take a look. Tang Tian was gasping for breath, the 1,000 crane converging in the sky, with the explosive slap. Even with his strong body, he could not take it, and could only gasp for breath. Mo Lung, who was listening by the side, could not help but say, "This mechanical beast far surpasses the normal mechanical beasts. This will definitely change the current mechanical beasts." Chapter 253. Once Silay entered the Mo family, she could not wait for 2D and Mo Lung to see the Mo family's mechanical weapons. And Tang Tian, under Mo Wei Tian's guidance, toured the Mo family. The Mo family's mechanical weapons, although the standard was not high, but they were well made. Everyone's gaze landed on Tang Tian. Tang Tian did not even raise his head. What's not good about it? You still want to keep the peace now? Stop dreaming. Humph, they better not meet me. If not, I'll kill them all. Mo Lu and the rest, who had just escaped from death, quickly disappeared. He paused for a moment, and his face became calm. The world is big, and there are many strong martial artists, but everyone loves star coins. I am prepared to spend 500 million, and I think it will give them some trouble. Tang Tian nodded his head. I'll ask later. The spectators were in a mess. A Heaven Road list martial artist was actually dead. This news was more sensational than any exchange competition. The mechanical martial artists were a small circle, and the Heaven Road list martial artists were the top martial artists in the entire Heaven's Road. All of them were high up, and people looked up to them. Many of the Mo family disciples were learning how to control mechanical weapons, all sorts of new training equipment, causing Tang Tian to be dazzled. Tang Tian was shocked by Mo Wei Tian's solemn look. What's the matter? If not for the fact that it was Tang Tian who said that, he would have slapped him. The strongest in this era, such an arrogant statement. Who would dare to say it? But Tang Tian said it as a matter of fact, without any hesitation. It was enough to show that, in his heart, that was what he thought. Mo Wei Tian said without hesitation, "Don't worry, our price will definitely match the status of a grandmaster. How about 100 million per person?" When Tang Tian and the Mo family patriarch walked out of the warehouse, the spectators in the dark and in the open all quietened down. Mo Wei Tian looked at the guards at the entrance of the warehouse, who were all dead, and his face turned green. These guards were all Heaven's Road grade martial artists that he had hired with a high price, and now there was not a single one left. Furthermore, the actions of the Blood Weapons Group to the Mo family was an absolute humiliation. He finally understood Tang Tian's temperament. If he wanted to move this fellow, everything else was fake. Only the star coins were real. Tang Tian suddenly turned and asked Mo Wei Tian, "Are you guys afraid?" Mo Wei Tian noticed that Tang Tian was interested in mechanical martial artist training and thinking about Tang Tian's fighting style. He could not help but be curious. Mr. Lei's fighting style of controlling mechanical weapons is even more ancient. I wonder, where did Mr. Lei learn it from? How could this be? Tang Tian walked to the wooden pole, where Mo Lu and the rest were hung, and casually waved his hand. Pa! All of them fell down in unison. Mo Lu and the rest had long since seen the patriarch. They were merely hooligans on the street. At this moment, all of their faces were pale, their bodies trembling like sieves, their heads buried deep into the ground. The Mo family used the highest standards to welcome Tang Tian and Silay. The entire Mo family already knew that Tang Tian was a Heaven Road list martial artist. Everyone had a respectful expression on their faces, afraid of neglecting him. Mo Wei Tian suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. He solemnly bowed to Tang Tian. "I would like to ask Brother Lei for a favor." Everyone who had regained their senses from their stupor, the first thought that floated in their minds was this question: to be able to kill a Heaven Road list martial artist. He was definitely a Heaven Road list martial artist. Even if he was not, after this battle, he would definitely be on the Heaven Road list. Looking at Mo Wei Tian's expression of, "Come and kill me, no matter what, don't be courteous. Come, 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 come." The death of a Heaven Road list martial artist actually happened right in front of them. Mo Lu and the rest were scared out of their wits. Sai Lei's heart jumped and immediately advised, "It's not good for you to provoke us like this." Sai Lei did not say anything. Thinking about it, to kill a Heaven Road list martial artist, such a loss, the opponent would definitely not let it go. As for Tang Tian, this crazy young man always hated him. As expected, what aristocratic families, their foundations were so deep. When he thought about how he had spent 25 million yuan compared to others, he felt that it paled in comparison. But Tang Tian immediately thought of Wu Guang and quickly said, "I do know a friend. He lives on the edge of a knife. His strength is without a doubt. He is definitely a Heaven Road list martial artist." Mr. Zhang, whose face was ashen, saw Tang Tian hanging Mu Zi's body and was completely stunned. Mo Wei Tian's heart jumped. He was frightened by Tang Tian's reply. Mr. Zhang's face was ashen, his lips trembling. He felt as though he was punched in the temple. The whole world was spinning. All the blood in his body rushed up, and both his legs turned to jelly. He could not imagine what kind of mechanical martial artist could be so valiant. Mo Wei Tian revealed a look of admiration and shouted to Mo Lu and the rest, "Since Mr. Lei is pleading for you, I will spare your lives this time. Scram! Who killed Mu Zi?" In terms of mechanical weapons, Tang Tian had never seen anyone stronger than Bing. Furthermore, to be able to become the chief instructor of the Southern Cross Army during the golden age of mechanical weapons, then in this declining era of mechanical weapons, there should be no doubt that he would be hailed as the strongest. Tang Tian nodded without hesitation. He should be the strongest mechanical martial artist in this era. To Mo City, which had been away from the mainstream circle for too long, such a matter was too shocking, too impactful. Tang Tian sincerely felt that his knowledge was too shallow. Could it be that rich people were actually like this? Could it be that this 16 or 17-year-old young man was actually a martial artist on the Heaven Road list? Mo Wei Tian said calmly, "Seems like this uncle's strength is very valiant. If not, how could he teach a martial artist on the Heaven Road list?" Mo Wei Tian said with a straight face, "My Mo family now has Miss Sai Lei's techniques. The standard of mechanical weapons will definitely increase. But no matter how good a mechanical weapon is, it still needs a qualified mechanical martial artist to control it. The standard of my Mo family disciples, I am well aware of it. I would like to entrust your teacher to teach my Mo family disciples the battle techniques of mechanical spirit weapons." "It's Scarecrow Mu Zi." "Scarecrow!" After an unknown period of time, the scenery in his field of vision stabilized again, but the blankness in his eyes did not diminish, and a kind of deathly gray called fear spread in his pupils. There was only one thought in his mind: it's over. This era's strongest mechanical martial artist. This is too unbelievable. Tang Tian's thought process was so simple. Mo Wei Tian stood at the side, did not stop him. It was obvious that he would not compromise with the organization. The mission was a complete failure. He lost a martial artist on the Heaven Road list and offended another martial artist on the Heaven Road list. He made an enemy for the organization. In front of everyone, he even humiliated the organization. His true power entered Mr. Zhang's body. His entire person was stunned. Mr. Zhang was dead. "No problem. I hope Brother Lei can put in a good word for me." Mo Wei Tian said straightforwardly, "If Master is not satisfied with the price, please feel free to speak." Tang Tian replied, "It was an uncle who taught me." Mo Wei Tian's laughing voice came from above. "How does Mr. Lay want to deal with these rascals?" The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. "Muzi." Tang Tian's expression froze. There was only one thought in his mind. How rich was the Mo family? Did this rascal burn his hands with money? Heaven Road list martial artist. Tang Tian hesitated. This young lad's background was indeed extraordinary. But he did not doubt Tang Tian's words. He had more or less grasped Tang Tian's character. Simple and direct, did not like to beat around the bush, and did not exaggerate. Muzi was someone the organization had spent countless manpower and resources to rope in, and his position in the organization was extremely high, if not for the mission being too important to the organization. Muzi would not have been sent out. The mission was a complete failure. He looked down in a daze. Muzi was sent out by him. He had to take full responsibility, and the plan to provoke thunder snow and the Mo family was also instigated by him. This plan was also a failure, but instead it promoted the relationship between Tang Tian and the Mo family. Mr. Zhang felt a piercing pain in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards, his face as white as paper. "Senior Muzi." But what interested Tang Tian was the training camp for mechanical martial artists. Thinking about the punishment he would receive when he returned to the organization, his body trembled, fear quickly spreading across his face. Tang Tian used his supreme willpower, forcefully suppressing the urge to agree. He swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "I have to ask Uncle's opinion." "No discord, no concord. They also have some merits. Let them go." Tang Tian waved his hand, not caring at all. He immediately said, "Would Mr. Lay please contact them? The price can be negotiated." 2 Mo family disciples. Mo Wei Tian continued, "If Grandmaster can accept more disciples, that would be even better." Mo Wei Tian clenched his fists tightly. Completely finished. Mo Wei Tian's eyes lit up. He spent 500 million. Intending to find a high-level assassin organization, but if Tang Tian had a way, it would be even better. Usually, he was not afraid of spending money, but he was afraid that he would not be able to attract a Heaven Road list martial artist. As long as they were connected, he would be happy to pay. And in the future, everyone would have some form of friendship. Everyone stared blankly at the green-haired Muzi in a daze. But thinking about the record that thunder snow had broken, everyone suddenly understood. That's right, if he was not a Heaven Road list martial artist, how could he achieve such a shocking result? When Tang Tian dragged out a furry-looking monster covered in grass, Lu Yizhi and Mr. Zhang's faces changed, both of them exclaiming in shock, 500 million. Tang Tian's eyes were wide open. As expected of rich and overbearing, he took out 500 million in one shot. Lu Yizhi was shocked. Mr. Zhang. He had always been conceited and felt that his intelligence was outstanding, but he did not expect. Mo Wei Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he laughed. "Afraid? Hee, just a useless blood weapons group. And you dare to ride on our Mo family's head. If our Mo family were to swallow this humiliation, then we would be throwing away our ancestors' face." Sai Lei was taken aback. No matter how he looked, Tang Tian did not look like a magnanimous person. Wasn't he someone who would take revenge? Just at this time, she saw Tang Tian find a rope to tie on Muzi's body. Was he going to hang Muzi up? After saying that, he hung the tied wooden pole on a tall wooden pole. Previously, Muzi was facing the ground, so no one could see clearly, but now that he was hanging, everyone could see clearly. Chapter 254. Bing's tone was as cold as ice, but Tang Tian could hear an indescribable fanaticism in it, causing his scalp to go numb. Bing was not surprised, but with a rare solemn tone, he said, "Thank you." Tang Tian almost choked on his own saliva. He stammered, 300 million per person? A Heaven Road list martial artist was killed. Sai Lei said weakly. That, I want to say, although 5 billion is a lot, but to buy 3 Spirits City, it is still far from enough. In any planet of the southern sky's 42 constellations, this was a huge matter. Furthermore, this Heaven Road list martial artist started off as a mechanical martial artist and created a record that was hard to reach. To these mechanical martial artists, the Heaven Road list martial artist was out of their reach, but the identity of a mechanical martial artist made them feel close to him. Tang Tian, who had spent about 3 billion, pulled himself out of the pain and said, "What else is there? Tell me everything." "You are absolutely right," Tang Tian admitted. "Anyway, I don't have to run." Sai Lei was stunned and asked, like the military weapon warehouse. Speaking of business, the fanaticism on Sai Lei's face disappeared, and what replaced it was seriousness. First is the materials. Thundersnow's body is indeed terrible. Its martial spirit was upgraded by you. It is not bad. I intend to give it a new body. Since we have the money, then build a better one. It will probably cost about 30 million. Sky Tiger also needs to be upgraded. It will need about 20 million. These 2 mechanical spirit weapons will become the most advanced mechanical spirit weapons now. The research on martial spirits was also of great help to Tang Tian's future training. The silver martial spirit in his body was also the key reason for his repeated victories. Sai Lei estimated at least 2 billion. Tang Tian told him everything that happened in the past 2 days, and then told him about the Mo family's apprenticeship. But what made Tang Tian surprised was that when Bing heard about 100 million star coins per person, he was relatively calm, without any excitement. Not only that, Sai Lei explained, transmitting information between the southern sky's 42 constellations will be much easier. The same goes for the northern sky. However, there is a huge gap between the southern sky and the northern sky that is very difficult to cross. Sai Lei's heart skipped a beat. That's right. It's said that the Lin family is about to migrate. We can get our hands on them. However, there will probably be many people eyeing this piece of fat meat. Bing saw Tang Tian's sneaky expression and was surprised. You failed. Agree to him. Bing nodded his head, but the price is 300 million per person, and only 2 slots. Sai Lei was dumbfounded. What was wrong with this stingy guy today? I want to make the most luxurious mechanical weapon. Bing ignored him and changed the topic. You plan to let Wu Guang and the rest deal with the blood weapons group? Quite a suitable candidate. Have you contacted them? Then we can only advance step by step. Bing muttered, first by land and build a base. One was the experimental treasure and mechanical spirit weapon shop for Sai Lei. The other places were used as a mechanical martial artist training camp. It has to meet the building's standards of military units. Tang Tian was a little pained, but he gritted his teeth and nodded, "No problem." That's right. Bing was very calm. If it was in our era, 300 million, and you want me to give you pointers? Dream on. Sai Lei, who was at the side, was also shocked by Bing's price. He stopped his imagination, and his face was lifeless. Then how does the spirit region transmit information? Tang Tian had a headache. Unless I have to make another trip. What? Tang Tian's eyeballs almost popped out. He gritted his teeth. All right, I'll give you 2. 5 billion. Don't scrimp on the lab equipment. Buy the good ones. It was the first time Tang Tian saw such a fire in Bing's eyes. The relationship and trust between him and Bing was something no one else could compare to. Without Bing, he would not be who he was today. Only when he found Bing did he heave a sigh of relief. I'll handle this. Bing's tone was calm, but there was a bone-chilling killing intent that made the 2 of them shiver. Very quickly, rumors of the collaboration between the Mo family and Thunder Snow spread throughout Ink City. With 2 billion in his hands, Tang Tian, who felt that he was rich and overbearing, waved his hand without hesitation. No problem. No need. I gave them a spirit sound tube. Sai Lei said with a proud face. Although I can't make an honorable marshal plate like the Honorable Marshal Alliance, but it's still not a problem for me to transmit information in the spirit region. Let me see. Tang Tian was very curious. The remaining 300 million will be used to add more equipment and make mechanical beasts for guards. With such a large area, the number of mechanical beasts needed is astonishing. 300 million may not be enough. We need to improve the protection measures for the shop. After all, I don't want to live in fear. Sai Lei said. Sai Lei's spirit was lifted. As long as the funds are sufficient, there's no problem. I got the money. Tang Tian grinned, but realized that his face had been tense for too long, and when he smiled, his face was stiff. No one knew that at this time, Tang Tian and Sai Lei had already quietly left Ink City. The Corvus Gold and the blueprints were handed over to the Mo family. With 2 billion star currency card in his arms, Tang Tian was extremely nervous and looked at everyone strangely, while Sai Lei was immersed in thinking about how to spend the money. The two of them kept looking around, while the other was talking to himself with a face full of fanaticism. So that's how it is. Tang Tian was enlightened. Tang Tian and Sai Lei were stunned by Bing's suggestion. After a while, Tang Tian stammered, "Uncle, why are we buying 3 Spirit City?" Bing looked at Tang Tian. "Can we buy 3 Spirit City?" Bing suddenly asked. "The entrance to the Martial Spirit Chamber." Bing said calmly, "We need to make 3 Spirit City an unbreakable base. The entrance is an important passage between the barracks and the outside world. If 3 Spirit City is blocked, we will be in trouble." It was the same for Sai Lei, but compared to the other mechanical martial artists, Sai Lei's strength as a mechanical martial artist was rather dazzling. It had been too long since a mechanical martial artist was on the Heaven's Road list. Currently, there were a few strong mechanical martial artists on the Heaven's Road list, but they were not pure mechanical martial artists. They were interested in mechanical weapons, and that was why they had the identity of a mechanical martial artist. Bing was also very happy. With this 5 billion, they could completely change their fowling guns to cannons. Not mentioning other things, just the spirit cards alone could buy many good things. Tang Tian now needed a 6th level spirit card. There were many 6th level spirit cards, but to buy a good one, it was not cheap. After all, the 6th level was already the domain of a Heaven's Road grade martial artist. I can't contact him. Tang Tian was distressed. I don't know why, but the Honorable Marshal Plate can't be contacted. I want a room full of beautiful clothes. More star coins meant faster training. Bing, who was in charge of logistics, had a deep understanding of star coins. Not only mechanical martial artists were participating in the competition, but there were also many mechanical engineers. After repeated research by these mechanical engineers, they came to a shocking conclusion. The snow that Sai Lei was piloting was a new type of mechanical weapon that was completely different from the traditional mechanical weapons. If everything goes smoothly, about 500 million, we can buy it. To meet the standards of the military weapon warehouse, we need a large amount of bronze, no, a sea of bronze. The Lin family used to be a mechanical family and should have a lot of stock. We can also buy it. But it is probably not enough. We need about 2 billion bronze. Tang Tian suddenly asked, "What about the Lin family?" "The Lin family's land is very big. Why don't we buy it?" And when the previously outstanding Lu Yeji quietly withdrew from the competition, everyone's interest in the competition became even lower. Many people were originally looking forward to whether Liu Yizhi could pose a threat to Lei, but now that Liu Yizhi took the initiative to withdraw, everyone was extremely disappointed. Bing pondered for a moment. The Mo family is a good ally. If you do not intend to do business with mechanical spirit weapons, then the Mo family will not have any conflict of interest with you. Once mechanical spirit weapons become popular, the position of mechanical martial artists will quickly rise. The Mo family has a strong foundation and will have an advantage in this competition. In the future, I'm afraid the mechanical spirit weapons and Blood Meridian's weapons will be two big factions. Our blood weapons group was the first to become enemies, so we need to be prepared. Could it be that this battle maniac had already begun to restore the glory of the Southern Cross Army? No matter how he looked at it, Tang Tian felt that Bing had the appearance of going all out. That's good. This is a large sum of money, enough for a period of time. Bing's tone was filled with joy. The Horizon Exchange competition in Mo City had begun in a lukewarm manner. However, it was clear that everyone had yet to recover from the shocking scene from the previous day. Even many of the contestants who were participating in the competition were still in a daze. She immediately looked at Tang Tian, who was the boss. That's right. Bing continued to use his calm tone. When the time comes, we can build a tunnel from underground and connect to the military weapon warehouse and protect the entrance to the martial spirit chamber. I'll give you 400 million, Bing suddenly said, but I hope that you can conduct a comprehensive research on martial spirits and not just limit yourself to mechanical spirit weapons. Sai Lei counted with his fingers. A laboratory, a shop, and a training camp. Although we did not buy 3 Spirit City, but we need to occupy at least a fifth of 3 Spirit City's land. In truth, we are in the city, and just the land alone is not something we can afford. So this base has to be built outside. 7th level spirit cards were more expensive, and adding on the 6th level star rocks that Tang Tian needed for his training, the expenditure was also huge. Sai Lei replied, because of the spirit region, there are too many martial spirit fragments in the spirit region, and many things that use martial spirits as the core are prone to malfunction. I was worried that mechanical spirit weapons would have problems in the spirit region. It was astonishingly nimble, and there had never been a mechanical weapon that could reach such a level of nimbleness. He raised his hand. How much? Tang Tian thought. It was indeed Sai Lei's contribution this time. If not for this woman discovering the value of Corvus gold, he would not have earned this sum of money. Along the way, he had already seen Sai Lei's impatient look. Tang Tian sized Bing up. He smacked his lips. Uncle, I feel that I have to get to know you again. I did not expect you to be even more unscrupulous than me. This figure made Sai Lei's voice tremble. The mechanical spirit weapons body technology is actually very mature, so my next research direction is martial spirits. This year's research budget is about 200 million. Sai Lei said helplessly, anything that involves martial spirits is very expensive. Sai Lei flipped his hand, and a bronze bamboo appeared. This is one of the results of my research on martial spirits. Every martial spirit fragment is unique. Just like a leaf, every leaf's meridians are completely different. There are no 2 leaves that are exactly the same in the world. And similarly, there are no 2 martial spirits that are exactly the same in the world. I split a complete martial spirit into 2, and there is a special connection between them, and that is its theory. All right. Anyway, you will not understand, even if I say more. Tang Tian was confused. He did not really understand. He asked uncertainly, so you agree? Shouldn't we discuss how to spend the money now? Sai Lei was extremely excited. Chapter 255. Southern Cross Army Staff Sergeant Tang E is here to report. Sai Lei shrugged her shoulders. Of course, how can 10 billion be so easily obtained? The inheritance of a unique martial technique has a very high requirement. Even for those who had comprehended a unique martial technique before they died, If their martial spirit did not reach the gold rank, the spirit card created by their martial spirit would only be a purple gold card. And for their descendants, the inheritance would definitely be incomplete. If their descendants were slightly stupid, this unique martial technique would be lost. Ding Dang snorted. That's what I think. That's right. One level higher than the purple gold card is the peerless card. Any one of the unparalleled cards was worth more than 10 billion. But you can't find a unique card in the market. There is demand but no supply. Silay said matter-of-factly. The originally silent battlefield seemed to have awakened. A broken bronze mechanical weapon started to crawl out from the trenches, from the ground, using both hands and legs. Every mechanical weapon was covered in scars. In the spacious battlefield, many bronze mechanical weapons immediately appeared. Silay thought for a while. If you want to buy a purple gold card, you have to go to a big city. I'll go back and check. Yes. Instinctive responses sounded out from every corner of the trenches, converging into a torrent. Behind the cross door, Magic Flute had also returned to the recruit camp. His expression had some anticipation. Tang Tian looked at the back of the cross door, the spirit card emitting a dense light. For a moment, he was lost in thought. My old nest has been discovered. I can only rely on you, boss. Bell carefully observed Tang Tian's expression. Bing immediately understood Tang Tian's meaning. You wanted to become a spirit general? Sure, but I have to remind you, a new spirit general will not have Ghost Claw's imprint. Ghost Claw's obsession before he disappeared has already disappeared. What he injected was a pure spirit. This spirit general is a new life, although it was born because of Ghost Claw, but it has nothing to do with Ghost Claw. Bing looked as if he was struck by lightning. Countless past events appeared in his mind. He was silent after a moment. He exhaled a long breath, regaining his calm. You're right. Bronze Fort. As long as the spirit of the soldiers does not disperse, the battlefield will last forever. Cross my heart, and the stars will never fall. Just thinking about it made her excited. She had to turn the bronze fortress into an armory that could be passed down for hundreds of generations. Countless thoughts began to surface in her mind. Where can I buy such a card? Tang Tian couldn't help but ask. It is indeed very expensive. Silay used to be in the business of spirit cards and was very clear about the prices. 6th level gold grade cards. The price is between 10 million to 50 million. The price of a purple gold card is 10 times higher than a gold card. A spirit card with potential? Tang Tian was stunned. Hearing this, Tang Tian didn't hesitate to extend his hand towards the martial skill wall. This time, his hand didn't pass through the light door. He closed his eyes, and his martial spirit suddenly shot out a straight silver flame, directly entering the martial skill wall behind the light door. After hearing Silay's words, Bing also felt that the purple gold card might not be able to buy it, and said, You don't have to worry. Other than the Crypto Sword Saints card, there is another card. After arranging the following matters, their speed increased, and very soon they reached Three Spirits City. When they reached Silay's little shop, Bell and Pai Pa had already arrived. Tang Tian immediately extinguished the idea of selling his fire scythe Ghost Claw, not to mention a gold martial spirit. Even if he used his silver martial spirit to exchange for a unique martial spirit, he would not be willing. The cultivation of the martial spirit, compared to the cultivation of true power, was much more difficult. Fight! All the mechanical weapons roared in unison. Countless bronze mechanical weapons charged forward, their heavy bronze legs stomping on the ground like the beating of drums. Countless bronze figures ran and jumped. The rumbling sounds were concentrated like the drums of war. Yes, a spirit card with the potential to become a unique martial technique. Bing said, not every martial technique has the potential to become a unique martial technique. But at the same time, There are some with potential, but not unique martial techniques. Like the little girl's Monarch Yearning Strike, if it goes one step further, it will become a unique martial technique, and its ranking should be higher than your Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. This type of martial technique is mostly like Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. It is not completely perfect. Of course, even if you obtain these martial techniques, you may not be able to cultivate a unique martial technique. This requires luck. Sorry to disturb everyone. The quiet Pai Pa quickly bowed to everyone. Yes, before Ghost Claw died, he injected a strand of his martial spirit into the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw card on the martial technique wall. This card started to mutate and started to swallow other spirit cards. Bing said, "Till now, it has already swallowed 18 spirit cards. This place will become our long-term stronghold." Bing explained, "We will build a bronze fort here." Ghost Claw. Tang Tian's body trembled. His eyes suddenly opened wide. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The gold mechanical weapon suddenly raised his voice. "Can you fight or not?" The gold mechanical weapon took a deep breath. The broken Southern Cross Army flag in his hands fluttered. "Can you fight or not?" "Yes, yes." Sai Lei's heart was a little weak. Originally, she thought that spending 300 or 400 million was already amazing. 3 billion! She did not even think about it. That's all for now. Bing was still a little guilty. To spend 3 billion in one go, if it was in the army era, he would not even frown, but Tang Tian's poverty, he was very clear. To have concerns, to have fetters, is to live. Yes. Tang Tian's expression was serious as he nodded heavily. "Kill." The bronze mechanical weapons were like a tide, responding in unison. "This price is too high." Tang Tian opened his mouth wide. Seeing the two identical faces, Tang Tian was stunned. Twins. 10 billion. Tang Tian's eyes opened wide. "The Fire Scythe Ghost Claw can be sold for 10 billion? Boss." Bell shouted, and Pai Pa's eyes lit up, curiously sizing up Tang Tian. "This card has already swallowed 18 spirit cards, and has reached the limit of what you can control. Are you sure you want to transform it into a spirit card?" Bing looked at Tang Tian. "Purple gold card. It sounds very expensive." Tang Tian laughed bitterly. Tang Tian's gaze looked into the distance, and he said softly, "I know, the dead do not wish for the living to be sad. However, this wasn't sadness. This was just nostalgia, and nostalgia for their relationship. Sometimes I will always think Ghost Claw just went to a faraway world. I am not sad. I am just nostalgic. A new spirit card will have its own destiny and will fight side by side with us, but thinking that Ghost Claw is the source of its new life, I will always feel close to it. To have concerns, to have fetters is to live. This is the hope of life. Then we will stay here from now on." Tang Tian said, "Blind Elder should be here soon. At that time, we will recruit a few more people, and the defensive power here should be enough." In the distance, the enemies were densely packed. "Sure." Tang Tian did not mind. "Just nice, we want to build a base here." "I am Pai Pa," Pai Pa said sweetly. "This is our mechanical engineer, Sai Lei. This is Belle, Onyx Soul Horse. If you need any information, you can look for her. This is her sister. Oh, what is her name?" Tang Tian introduced everyone. The last sentence, he asked Sai Lei. All the bronze mechanical weapons were shouting at the top of their lungs, using all their strength to roar. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The earth trembled, and the sky lost its color. "How is Pai Pa's illness?" Tang Tian heard that Pai Pa's voice was lacking in chi. Tang Tian was silent. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head. Can the spirit card become a spirit card? Everything in front of him slowly faded, and the sounds of killing went further away. That blade was a little fierce. Sai Lei was dumbstruck. She did not expect that Tang Tian could actually say such philosophical words. Was this guy possessed by someone? Kill. The gold mechanical weapons took the lead. Base. Belle was surprised. But once she thought about the huge project, she became excited. The military depot was built by a mechanical engineer from the Southern Cross Army. After a few thousand years, it was as good as new, causing Sai Lei to have a competitive heart. In such a big place, there were countless spaces for her to realize her own ideas. I didn't make it in time, Belle said helplessly. I just reached home, and this group of people caught up with me. You need to buy a batch of level 6 star rocks for your usual training. Also, considering that you may be stuck at level 6 for a long time, you need to buy a few level 6 martial techniques. Your Fire Scythe Ghost Claw is already a unique martial technique. Its power is very strong, and it will become your main offensive martial technique. And you still have the card that the Crypto Sword Saint gave you. Inside it is most likely the Swallowing Light Steel Fist. You don't lack offensive martial techniques, but you still need defensive martial techniques, light body techniques, as well as joint techniques. You can buy a few spirit cards with potential. Bing said, place your hand on the martial technique wall. Bing said to Tang Tian, then use your martial spirit to summon him. We need to go to a big card shop. Sai Lei said, this kind of spirit card, the price will be very expensive. They are defined as a higher grade than gold grade cards, called purple gold grade cards. The card shop has a special appraisal method to determine the potential of this type of martial technique. But you need to go to a big card shop to be able to buy it. He quickly regained his composure. This card is a spirit card, the Crypto Sword Saint's card. I will put it in the martial spirit chamber to see where it came from. The power of the Swallowing Light Steel Fist still needs to be evaluated. Where can I find a big card shop? Because this process can fail at any time. Bing said indifferently, the dead do not wish for the living to be sad. This is just his last wish. If it succeeds, then it will. If not, he will have no regrets. The roars converged into a current, the battle intent overflowing, causing people to tremble. To any mechanical engineer, to be in charge of such a huge project was an extremely rare opportunity. Big Sister's boss is indeed very young, an indifferent voice sounded out. All right, there is still 2 billion. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, if you make it into a spirit card, you can sell it for 10 billion. Sai Lei nodded. But to make a unique spirit card, your martial spirit needs to be at the gold grade. And after it is done, you will drop by 1 grade. There is still one more card. Tang Tian was stunned. Bronze Fort. The two sisters were completely stunned. The light door suddenly burst with light. The sound of fighting and killing was like a tide, engulfing Tang Tian. Tang Tian seemed to have been pulled into a huge battlefield. The ground was filled with countless intersecting trenches. Smoke filled the air, charred black everywhere. Corpses and broken limbs could be seen everywhere, the wreckage of mechanical weapons. A few Southern Cross constellation flags were also in tatters. Suddenly, a gold mechanical weapon covered in wounds jumped out of the trenches, grabbed a Southern Cross constellation flag, and used all of its strength to roar, Southern Cross constellation. 10 times. Tang Tian's face turned white. That is 100 to 500 million. Chapter 256. Are you sure? Tang Yi's strength is very strong. Tang Tian purposely said, oh my God, what exactly happened? The 5 hitmen squad was actually wiped out. That's great. Tang Tian was elated. Tang Tian revealed a bright smile, waved his arms, and the silver carriage flew into the sky. And notice the Southern Cross constellation's mark at the back of his neck. It's gold. A gold staff sergeant is rarely seen. A gold staff sergeant is much stronger than an ordinary staff sergeant. Bing muttered, the camp has changed too much. I am not familiar with many places. Let him test it out, and we will know his strength. Is there a war somewhere? Is there a war? So many Heaven Road list martial artists have fallen? Bing said, You are the master of the camp. So all the spirit generals in the camp are surnamed Tang. Staff sergeant refers to his military rank. Such a pity, if only he could swallow 3 more. Tang Yi suddenly stepped out. Without saying anything, he slashed with his blade. Thus, he found someone even poorer than him. Big Brother Wu, I have a business. Are you interested? Number 9903, 5 Hitmen Squad member. White Fox has fallen. Number 9736, 5 Hitmen Squad leader. King Qilin has fallen. Tang Tian realized that he did not need to go to other card shops to look for the purple gold grade card. There were people in the Honorable Martial Alliance selling it, and he could pay with star coins. Tang Tian bought 2 cards. One was Air Shield Strike Technique. The other was Wind Concealment. No, it's not over yet. We are leaving. We need to pass through Lupus Constellation. If we meet with any problems, we can find Bing in 3 Spirits City. Tang Tian waved to Xie. Crane replied calmly, I want to bring the Crane sex martial techniques to greater heights, and I do not need any treasures. The Crane sword in his hand was a gold-ranked treasure. Even he could not fully unleash the power of the Crane sword. He did not want to be distracted by other treasures. Let's hurry. We need to reach Southern Cross Constellation. Bing said, leave 3 Spirits City to me. I'm afraid. He is not strong. Ling Su licked his lips. Outside the testing field, light flowed on the martial reflection bronze mirror as it shot out countless rays of light. Each ray of light landed on a bronze mirror, and a name would appear on the bronze mirror. Countless immortal martial disciples shuttled back and forth between the bronze mirrors. Tang Tian explained, it's not my business, it's the Mo family's business, and the other party is the Blood Weapons Association. The Mo family planned to spend $500 million to deal with the Blood Weapons Association. I just fought with the Blood Weapons Association and killed a guy called Scarecrow. Ling Su was defeated without any suspense, causing this fellow to look at everyone with disdain. It was the tyranny of returning to one's natural state. Scarecrow Muzi. Wu Guang was shocked. A heaven list rancor. My goodness, you've only left for a few days, and you've already killed a heaven list rancor. Why do I feel that your killing intent is even heavier than mine? If he swallowed another 3, he would be able to rise another level, Sergeant Major, and his power would be even stronger. Bing explained, but his power is not weak either. A gold-ranked staff sergeant. Tang Tian, this is my Xie vow. Tang Yi's blade technique could only be described with one word, tyrannical. They are tycoons. Tang Tian nodded his head. No one knows what the final martial technique will be when 16 spirit cards are combined. Bing shook his head. That's why very few of us would do that, because the chances of obtaining a spirit card that suits us are too small. As for spirit generals, we did not lack them. It's a good thing for you. With Tang Yi by your side, I can be at ease. Grandmaster grade blade technique. 8th level realm. His power is stronger than yours, and his loyalty is unquestionable. Tang Tian, the current me is still unable to help you, but in the future, my sword will definitely be able to help you. Yes, Tang Tian nodded his head vigorously. At this time, many immortal martial disciples' voices rose and fell, and the Yingwu Hall was in a mess. Recruit barracks. It seems to be related to Onyx Soul. They invented a new type of mechanical weapon. Uncle Bing said it was very powerful. Tang Tian said, Gold-ranked staff sergeant. Tang Tian immediately asked. He shouted to Tang Tian, Tang Tian, wait for me to master the real crypto sword current. I will come and find you guys. Ling Su stared at Tang Yi without blinking. The fierce man in front of him, wielding a Zanbato the size of a door, had such a strong aura. The fighting intent in Ling Su's eyes suddenly rose. Tang Tian, let him fight with me? The spirit general in front of him had a tall stature, taller than Tang Tian by a head. His body was tall and sturdy, similar to a Maori. That face that looked exactly like Tang Tian was solemn and cold. His hair was tied up in a traditional bun. Floating in the air, in his hand was an astonishing zanbato, mighty and domineering. Back at Xie family village, Tang Tian generously gave Ling Su and Crane a 200 million star coin card. Xie Qing was completely dumbfounded. Corvus gold earned. It's for your hard work. Tang Tian very generously waved his hand, just like a school tyrant. Whatever spirit cards, star treasures, whatever you want, just let me know. It's not easy for Bing to say that. Wu Guang cautiously said, I will first investigate their background. Brother Tang, don't worry if they go against you. It means they go against me. But since the Mo family is paying, then I will not help them save money. Bing was suddenly surprised. After a moment, he sighed. Ghost Claw's willpower is truly valiant. Number 9814, member of the 5 Hitmen Squad. Iron Horse has fallen. Ling Su was completely suppressed. His spear techniques were usually unreasonable, but to meet someone who was even more unreasonable, regardless of the realm or martial technique attainment, they were all higher than him, and immediately he was completely suppressed. In a huge hall, there were countless bronze mirrors placed densely together. Every bronze mirror, about the size of a wash basin, was placed on a stand that was about the height of a person. On the stand were numbers from 1 to 10,000. All the bronze mirrors faced the center of the hall, forming a circular bronze mirror array. Ling Su shook his head. I'm not interested in other martial techniques, and I'm not interested in star treasures. Xie Qing secretly clenched his fists. This was also the reason why he rejected Tang Tian's invitation. He knew that the outside world was exciting, but at the same time, he knew that he was not very smart and was already lagging behind others, so he had to work harder. Xie Qing stared blankly at the disappearing silver carriage. He thought to himself. Tang Yi unsheathed his blade, and everyone's face changed. Crane could not believe it and exclaimed, Grandmaster grade. Suddenly, a disciple noticed the bronze mirror in front of him and was stunned and stammered, Wait a minute. Number 9637, Tang Tian, where did this fellow come from? Every day, he held on to tens of billions of star coins to sleep. Why would he care about a mere 100 million star coins? Tang Yi's blade was upright without any tricks, but when the blade light shone, it did not look like there was anything special about it. But with just one blade, the sky full of pointed sea spears immediately disappeared, and the powerful and tyrannical qi burst out in all directions. Wu Guang laughed. Leave the rest to me. I'll send someone to talk to the Mo family. In a blade technique, to be able to restrain the qi to such a simple and unadorned state, other than a grandmaster grade blade technique, there was no other possibility. The seller had already treated Tang Tian as the god of wealth. In this day and age, to be able to throw out 500 million star coins to buy 2 spirit cards was definitely rich. Tang Tian even bought a batch of star rocks. Initially, he wanted to buy a gold-ranked treasure, but after looking at the price, he immediately chose to give up. After not seeing him for a few days, where did Tang Tian find such a powerful spirit general? He had never heard of a spirit general whose blade technique had reached the Grandmaster grade. He had just received the inheritance of the Crypto Sword Current, but compared to him, he was still lacking. What's the background of the Blood Weapons Group? They actually have a Heaven Road list martial artist? Wu Guang asked. Tang Tian replied helplessly. No choice. This fellow took the initiative to find trouble with me. Xie Qing, you must work hard. Indeed not bad. Bing nodded. His strength should be around the 8th level. He is not too smart, but he has a firm will, outstanding martial techniques, and only knows one martial technique, Grandmaster grade. This is the reason why he could become a gold-ranked staff sergeant. Why? Tang Tian did not understand. Number 9928, Fire Crow Executioner, Guidong has fallen. A disciple raised his voice and shouted. Number 9854, Scarecrow Muzi has fallen. Tang Tian finally had to bid farewell to Xie. No problem. Tang Yi, let him have a taste of your strength. Tang Tian smiled. All right. Tang Tian was happy. He was only in charge of building bridges. The rest would be up to them. These 2 purple gold ranked cards cost Tang Tian 500 million. Number 9889, 5 Hitmen group member, Old Crocodile, has fallen. Such a strong spirit general. Crane was moved and stared at Tang Yi. Why blade techniques? Tang Tian did not understand. I train in claw techniques. Within a month, 7 Heaven Road list martial artists had fallen. Such a thing, how long has it been since it happened? And in the center of the mirror array, there was a huge bronze mirror with a diameter of over 3 m embedded in the hall's dome. This huge copper mirror was another treasure of the immortal martial sect, the Martial Reflection Copper Mirror. He only saw 1 gold-ranked treasure, but the price made Tang Tian immediately realize he was still poor. Tang Tian's mouth was wide open. He stared blankly at the fierce general in front of him, and only reacted after a while. Tang Yi, Staff Sergeant, 500 million purple gold-ranked cards, was definitely not cheap. But to Tang Tian, these 2 cards were extremely suitable. He had the blood rush shield in his hands, but he did not know any shield-type martial techniques. And now he had made up for this shortcoming. And wind concealment, a light body technique, was also what Tang Tian needed. Xie Qing looked at Tang Tian, and the rest, his heart was filled with reluctance. If not for Tang Tian and the rest's help, not only would he not be able to obtain the inheritance of the crypto sword current, the village might not even exist. Number 9867, 5 Hitmen group member, Python Blade, has fallen. Both of them were very unorthodox martial techniques. Shield-type martial techniques were originally very unorthodox, and probably only the Scutum constellation had slightly more people who trained in it. And wind concealment was a concealment martial technique. Its effect was extremely good, but the consumption of true power was very high. To a 6th level, it was very difficult, and if the level was higher, there would be even more and better martial techniques. Upon hearing business, Wu Guang's tone immediately became excited. Ayaya, Brother Tang's business is my business. Absolutely not a word. The densely packed bronze mirrors were exactly 10,000 mirrors. So powerful. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. In the arena, Tang Yi's blade aura was tyrannical like thunder, extremely powerful. The 2 people's indifferent reactions immediately made Tang Tian, who wanted to show off, feel as if he had punched cotton and wanted to vomit blood. Immortal martial. The entire arena suddenly quietened down. Chapter 257. The Lupus people were naturally fierce and cold, cruel and merciless. In the eyes of the other constellations of the southern skies, 42 constellations, the Lupus constellation was a wild and uncivilized land. There were almost no trade routes here. Years of fighting and killing had isolated this place from the outside world. Tang Tian clenched his fists, his eyes shining, and said loudly, "In any case, we will defeat whoever blocks our way. I can't use my brain, but I'm not afraid of fighting at all." The 3 organizations corresponded to 3 heaven list martial artists. Each of them occupied a region and had many experts under them. Although they fought endlessly, they also restrained each other. At this moment, everyone was shocked to discover that Pai Pa, who was so weak that she could be blown away by the wind at any time, actually had an unparalleled analytical ability. In her hands, The information that was like a sea was quickly summarized and formed into a report with astonishing efficiency. Till now, Heavenly Crane Constellation did not have a single Heaven Road list martial artist. Just the 15 Heaven Road list martial artists from Lupus Constellation was enough to massacre Heavenly Crane Constellation. His face congealed. The revival of the Crane sect required the revival of the Heavenly Crane Constellation. He had already imparted the Crane body energy back to the sect, but to revive it, it was not that easy. Lupus Constellation is in a mess. Although Bell had said it before, but when Tang Tian saw the information of Lupus Constellation, he was still shocked by the chaos of Lupus Constellation. Although Bell was in a bad mood, she did not forget about her work. The awakening blood spring only existed in the Lupus Constellation. They were as red as blood, and it was this blood like spring water that could awaken the blood meridians of the Lupus people. With the help of the Southern Cross Constellation, with such a good spirit card. What reason was there not to fight for it? Everyone was very friendly towards the two sisters, but after Sai Lei heard about Pai Pa's matter, she cried her eyes out. Even Bing, who had a heart of stone, was much more courteous to the young lady. Cultivation was extremely dull and tedious, especially high-intensity cultivation. It would be even more dull and tedious, but Tang Tian was already used to it. Although he had the heavenly light pellet crane in his body, Tang Tian did not relax his training of true power. With the help of the Starstone, Tang Tian's cultivation speed increased significantly. Tang Tian and Crane were researching on the path of advancement. It had to be said, with a professional managing it, the feeling was completely different. Tang Tian no longer had the feeling of being in the dark, as the information regarding Lupus Constellation was extremely detailed. Tang Tian entered the recruit camp and began to train seriously. Magic Flute was probably the most carefree one. He had become the messenger between Three Spirits City and Tang Tian. But soon, the medium difficulty mercilessly crushed Tang Tian's excitement. 4 or 5 consecutive days, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't persist for more than an hour. Very strong. Crane was also surprised. In comparison, Heavenly Crane Constellation was simply too weak. Pai Pa's terrifying analytical ability immediately made the two of them realize her astonishing value. Sai Lei and Bing. There were also obvious improvements in air shield strike and wind concealment. He then proudly boasted to Crane, "Little Crane, I am now ranked 9637 on the Heavenly Road list." This was the awakening blood spring. Bang! Very unfortunate. Crane went straight to the point. Lupus Constellation has 15 Heaven Road list martial artists, and 13 of them are ranked higher than you. What's even more unfortunate is that these 13 people are coincidentally from the 3 big powerhouses. The small Lupus Constellation actually had 15 Heaven Road list martial artists. Compared to Corvus Constellation, they were much stronger. But although Lupus Constellation was strong, they did not have any desire to expand. The majority of the Lupus people were born with special blood meridians, but these blood meridians required a special thing to awaken. Tang Tian completely did not know how many times he had been hit, and was directly smashed out of the heaven of falling rocks. He was not afraid of fighting, because he had to sweat more than anyone else. Humph! Don't worry. This godlike young man will definitely beat them until they piss in their pants. With that, Tang Tian angrily turned and left. I'm going to train. It was already the 6th day. The first time Tang Tian entered the heaven of falling rocks, he was scared half to death by the sky full of falling rocks. "Hey, little Crane, are you afraid?" Tang Tian slanted his eyes, looking at Crane unhappily. His face was green. As expected of a professional informant, all sorts of information about Lupus Constellation was quickly gathered by Bell. But after that, Bell's actions made everyone feel surprised. Tang Yi's intelligence was not considered high, but he had one good point, and that was that he would follow Tang Tian's orders to the letter. In sparring, he did not hold back at all, and tortured Ling Su until he was hovering between life and death. The leader of Silver Moon was Kongda, the leader of Heaven Hook was Huai Bai Hua, and the old man of feudal martial was Wu Taiyu. The three of them were all Heaven Road list martial artists. Kongda was ranked 9256, Huai Bai Hua was ranked 9278, and Wu Taiyu was ranked 9293. The three of them were very close, and their strengths were almost the same. Bell threw the shocking amount of information to Pai Pa. Not only Tang Tian, Ling Su, and Crane's rankings were also in the Heaven Road list. Crane's rank was 9,771, and Ling Su's rank was 9,789. Among the three of them, Ling Su was extremely unhappy, and that was the reason why he trained so hard. Crane said indifferently, "I am just preparing for the next battle." After spending 3 days, Tang Tian passed the low difficulty level. Other than the things that he had to do, the rest of the time, Tang Tian was training with all his might. He was not smart enough, and there were many things that he could not decide, but there was one thing that he could decide, and that was training, and that was hard work, and that was himself. Very quickly, Sai Lei threw the huge bronze stronghold plan to Pai Pa, and in a few days, a clear plan was sent to Sai Lei. Sai Lei could not contain his joy and rushed forward, hugging Pai Pa and kissing her. Pai Pa, who was at a loss, was so embarrassed that her ears turned red. And under the three leaders, there were many Heaven Road list martial artists. Silver Moon was the strongest, with 5 Heaven Road list martial artists, and the other 2 powerhouses had 4 Heaven Road list martial artists. The Bronze Stronghold plan was quickly carried out. Although the price of the purple gold grade card was expensive, the enlightenment it contained was much richer than the gold grade card. The high-intensity training greatly increased the speed of Tang Tian's enlightenment, and his character was originally very tenacious. Tang Tian did not say those words, but since he did, Tang Tian was even more unwilling to lose face. Tang Tian received the information from Magic Flute and started to study it with Crane. Ling Su had always been impatient with such matters, and after being defeated by Tang Yi, he was full of energy and trained crazily every day. In a short period of time, the weak Pai Pa had won everyone's respect. In his heart, Tang Tian still felt that he was on the Southern Cross Army's side. Usually when being talked about the Ophiuchus army, it would always be the dregs of the Ophiuchus army. How could he be worse than the dregs of the Ophiuchus army? A boulder the size of a millstone slammed into Tang Tian's shield. Tang Tian's body froze, and a gap appeared in his previously seamless shield. He immediately realized that something was wrong, but he didn't have time to react. Several boulders came whistling towards him from different directions. Lupus Constellation had many big and small powerhouses, but generally speaking, they were split into 3 big powerhouses: Silver Moon, Heaven Hook, and Feudal Martial. Bang, bang, bang. And his sparring partner was Tang Yi. Lupus Constellation was barren, which was similar to Corvus Constellation, but the difference was that Corvus Constellation was sparsely populated, while Lupus Constellation was densely populated. Another thing that made the surrounding constellations afraid of gnolls was their strong reproductive ability. A small constellation with a large population, Lupus Constellation naturally sunk into chaos. Our goal is to reach East Most Beautiful Stars West Greentown and enter Cetus Constellation from there. Crane's expression congealed. That means we have to go through all 3 powerhouses once. Gnolls are hostile towards outsiders, so we must not try our luck. Magic Flute looked pitifully at the sickly little girl and sighed in his heart. Belle's mood was terrible for the past few days, because she had already proven that the drop of blood was useless, and it was a huge blow to Belle, while Pai Pa was indifferent. Every blood spring's mouth was extremely precious. The reason why the three powerhouses were able to dominate Lupus constellation, other than their tyrannical strength, was because they had their own awakening blood spring. Tang Tian trained in the air shield strike technique, in a specialized training room, where there were meteorites floating everywhere. The number was astonishing, like a sea of meteorites. All these meteorites of different sizes were moving without any pattern, and their speed was extremely fast. Tang Tian had to use the blood rush shield in his hands to block all the meteorites flying towards him. The current three-spirit city was filled with experts. Blind Cord Old Man and the mute servant had rushed over, adding Magic Flute and Bing. It was not a force that ordinary powerhouses could contend against. With over 2 billion star coins in their hands, experts were as numerous as the clouds, mechanical grandmasters overseeing things, professional intelligence personnel, and analysts. It was a luxurious arrangement. Tang Tian, who was just about to rest, upon hearing those words, rushed in again without saying a word. At the same time, Pai Pa had become a core member of Bing's staff, although up till now, the entire staff only had Bing, and Pai Pa, helping Pai Pa cure her illness, had become one of the most important tasks for everyone. Of course, the meaning behind his words was obvious. The training room was called the Heaven of Falling Rocks and was specially used to train defensive martial techniques. There were 3 levels of difficulty, and it was introduced to Tang Tian by Tang Yi. Tang Yi was a sergeant and was naturally familiar with the recruit barracks. Lupus constellation was known as the land of evil. This is the relevant information of Lupus constellation and our analysis, and the final route. Pai Pa's gentle voice was like a gentle breeze. Although Pai Pa did not have any actual experience, but with the huge amount of reading, rich knowledge, long-term analysis of intelligence, and an unparalleled brain, Bing threw all the trivial matters to her, and threw himself wholeheartedly into his plans for the training camp. Regarding this, Tang Tian did not care. Anyway, we just have to fight our way over. Tang Tian quickly tasted the power. On the first day he came out, his face was swollen, and his entire body was covered in injuries, and that was only at the low difficulty level. Tang Tian's face was green. According to Tang Yi, the blade shield soldiers of the Ophiuchus army, when they were here, they had to complete a similar test that was 2 levels higher than the Heaven of Falling Rocks. Chapter 258. As expected of a Heaven Road, list martial artist. Boss Wu looked at the small silver bear paw in front of him, and his breathing became hurried. When his fingers touched the soft and cold silver bear paw, the joy on his face could no longer be contained. Am I being watched? Tang Tian was at a loss. He had not recovered from his training state. Seems like he is stronger than we thought. The 5 bronze arrows were aimed at different positions of Tang Tian, including the direction he was dodging to, so Tang Tian was unable to dodge. Tang Tian clenched his fist, turned, and walked towards the Heaven of Falling Rocks with killing intent. Although his strength was weaker than Kongda, but with the help of the Earthen Bear Wave, he had absolute confidence that he could defeat Kongda. Tang Tian disappeared in front of him. That's right. Boss Wu suddenly grinned. Everything has a price. I agree to your price. Attacked. Although this matter is slightly troublesome, but what kind of trouble can compare to the Earthen Bear Wave? Boss Wu, don't you agree? The masked man chuckled. Tang Tian was startled. Wasn't that the card? Since when did Bing release that card? Relax, he is already a dead man. None of them will survive. A shout came out from below. Shio, shio, shio. 5 bronze arrows with green auras drew 5 green rays of light in the air, aiming straight for Tang Tian, who was in midair. What martial technique did Tang Tian use just now? Bear Chi. The 300 tall solitary peak. The peak of the mountain was flat, as though it was cut by a knife. The surrounding cliffs were extremely steep, and there was no way to go. Looking down, the people on the ground were like little black dots, countless of houses and shops, almost covering the entire ground, with countless people walking back and forth. The silver treasures of the 5 polar domains could not be bought on the market even if one had money. This solitary peak was actually in the center of the entire city. It was extremely lofty. The carriage suddenly shook violently. Tang Tian, who was falling from the sky, saw that he was about to fall into the enemy's inescapable net of arrows. Tang Tian suddenly hugged his knees and curled his body into a ball, dodging 4 arrows. Only one arrow hit the blood rush shield. The unique aura of an overlord of the forest was filled with a terrifying savagery that spread out in all directions in waves. Even the masked man couldn't help but take a few steps back. Hee. An indescribable chuckle came from behind the mask. Could it be that Boss Wu is also afraid? The astonishing power flowed from the bear's paw into his entire body, causing Boss Wu to feel that the blood in his entire body was burning up. An intense killing intent surged in his mind, and everything in his field of vision became filled with a bloody light. His hot blood flowed slowly, and the confidence of a jungle overlord poured into every part of his body. In less than 10 seconds, the battle was over. The spacious recruit camp was empty except for Tang Tian. We have to be ahead of them. Only when the 8 gnolls fell to the ground did the shield lights disappear into the air. Such a strong killing intent. I'm not interested in that. Wu Taiyu shook his head. His body was tall and sturdy, his entire body like it was made of copper and iron, filled with a berserk power. He squinted his eyes. His gaze was like a blade, revealing its sharpness. Admit defeat? Such a ridiculous phrase would never appear on this godlike young lad, no matter if it was in the past or now. They did not even have time to organize the second round of attacks. One person did it. The same type of wound. The time it took for it to happen was extremely short. They were killed at the same time. Another person said, "Boss Wu is indeed heroic." The masked man said calmly, "But I have to say something first. Everything on Tang Tian will be my spoils of war." Rumble! Tang Tian carried the blood rush shield that was dripping with blood back to the carriage. His expression was indifferent, as if he had just completed an insignificant task. Only the shield dripping with blood silently explained what had just happened. The faces of the gnolls who were lying in ambush changed. So strong, so ruthless. One of them could not help but exclaim. When he carefully put on the silver bear paw, a burst of astonishing chi suddenly exploded from his body. Tang Tian's blank eyes suddenly lit up with a ball of blood light. If it was said that previously he was a lion that had not woken up, then right now this male lion had already entered battle mode. Boss Wu squinted his eyes, his bloodthirsty eyes revealing a cold, killing intent, but he chuckled. In the black smoke, there was a pair of eyes filled with rage. Unless Boss Wu still has any questions, I believe that Boss Wu is not an insatiably greedy person. A single treasure from the 5 polar regions is enough to buy the lives of an entire planet, the masked man said, as if nothing had happened. However, there was a bone-piercing chill in his voice. The shield aura in Tang Tian's hand released rays of light, like rays of white blade auras, sharp and fatal. These sharp shield auras were not formed from the release of true power, but formed from highly compressed air. 3 figures appeared beside the 8 corpses, carefully inspecting them. "Kill it!" In his hands suddenly appeared a pair of small and exquisite silver bear paws. The pair of bear paws looked rather cute. The silvery hairs were exposed. But upon taking it out, the strong chi instantly enveloped the entire area. Wu Taiyu's eyes suddenly widened, his breathing suddenly becoming rough and heavy. The carriage did not stop and whizzed past in the sky. I have already checked. He is Tang Tian, latest rank 9637, And beside him are two Heaven Road list martial artists. There is no need for me to provoke such a strong martial artist. Wu Taiyu's expression was indifferent. Crane's heart was extremely shocked. Tang Tian's display of decisiveness and ruthlessness made him feel as though the person standing in front of him was another person. The usual Tang Tian would always have a bright smile like the sun. This brat is really unfathomable. Failure was what he was most familiar with. The difference of one rank in a treasure weapon, the difference in power was huge. The expected sound of metal clashing did not happen. The arrow that was filled with energy actually brushed past the shield. The blood on the blood rush shield was absorbed by the blood rush shield, causing Crane's eyes to reveal a look of vigilance. This seemingly unremarkable small shield seemed to be a powerful item. Such a strong contrast happened in an extremely short period of time. Personally witnessing this scene, Crane's heart shivered. Boss Wu's eyes flashed. Good. Bang. The feeling of being strong was truly too mesmerizing. After a few minutes, the black mist acted as though it did not see Tang Tian and did not move. Tang Tian tilted his head and watched for a long time, but did not see any signs of it. Forget it. I will know when Bing returns. Tang Tian shook his head, throwing the feeling of defeat and gloominess to the back of his head. Taking a deep breath, his gaze once again became resolute, the corner of his mouth raised into a self-mocking yet determined smile. At this time, if any enemy appeared in front of him, he had the confidence to tear them into pieces. After signing the martial spirit contract, the masked man gently pushed the earthen bear wave. To Boss Wu, it is yours. Feudal Marshal Peak was Feudal Marshal's Boss Wu Taiyu's place of seclusion. In such a big place, there was only a stone pavilion. The rest of the place was empty. But at this time, in front of Wu Taiyu, sat a man wearing a mask. The mask had a scarlet red exaggerated thick lips, as though he was laughing at the world. Kill. Unexpectedly, the masked man nodded his head. This kind of enemy, provoking, is truly troublesome. But in this world, what is not troublesome? The bigger the benefits, the more troublesome it is. Isn't that so? So sleepy, Tang Tian's eyes welled up with tears. He yawned, and just like that, he laid on the deck of the carriage, snoring loudly. This was Lupus Constellation's famous Feudal Marshal Peak. Boss Wu closed his eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Then come and sign the martial spirit contract. The masked man said nonchalantly. Boss Wu's face changed slightly, but immediately returned to normal. Come, martial spirit contract. Ha 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 ha. Kongda, this time no one can save you. You're dead. He let out a long sigh, his mood extremely bad. The continuous failures made him taste the long-lost feeling of defeat. He aimlessly strolled around the recruit barracks. A black smoke from the martial spirit chamber attracted his attention. Such a familiar enemy, how could he defeat him? This earthen bear wave was indeed extremely precious. In the southern sky's 42 constellations, it was definitely a killing machine. Boss Wu was very clear of the market. Even the number one person of Lupus Constellation, Kongda, only had one silver treasure weapon from the northern sky's 19 continents. I think Boss Wu also recognizes this item, one of the 7 treasures of Ursa Minor Constellation, Earthen Bear Wave. Don't talk about the treasures of the 5 polar domains. Even the treasures of the 10 equatorial palace halls are nothing. But comparing them, the treasures are still stronger. The 5 polar domains, the 5 constellations, there are only 33 silver treasures. 11 of them are missing, leaving 22. And this earthen bear wave is one of them. I don't need to say more about its preciousness. A smile spread out from the corner of his mouth, like a ripple spreading to every corner of his face. He laughed out loud. The good news is we have already entered Lupus Constellation. Crane continued. The bad news is we are already being watched by someone after the Lee River in front. Boss Wu's gaze suddenly became blazing hot. Not knowing how long had passed, Tang Tian was called out by Crane. Only knowing that another 10 days had passed, Tang Tian suddenly realized he had already stayed in the recruit barracks for 30 days, a total of 40 days of training. The masked man reminded him, "Kill Tang Tian, then it will belong to you." Crane's pupils constricted in the sky. Wasn't he already used to it? After dodging the sneak attack, Tang Tian landed heavily on the ground, countless cracks spreading out from his feet. He did not stop at all. The moment he landed, he disappeared. Panicked and chaotic screams sounded out at the same time. 7 to 8 lupus people's figures flew out, blood splashed in the air, and a young man's figure brought along the afterimage of the wind. Crane immediately rushed to the side of the carriage. Tang Tian had already become a small black dot. He actually jumped down. Martial spirit contract. Boss Wu's heart jumped. The bloodlight in Tang Tian's eyes quickly retreated. The indifference on his face melted like ice, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 259. Everyone quickly became familiar with each other. The gentle and sincere Crane Master was obviously the best choice to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle. Tang Tian and Ling Su fully understood what was called a honey trap. Tang Tian opened his drowsy eyes. The sleep was extremely satisfying. He only felt his entire body was comfortable, and his spirit was full. Crane calmly bowed, his expression sincere. "My group wanted to go to Baya, but did not think that we would lose our way and unintentionally barged into your tribe's territory. I hope everyone can forgive us." "Go." Yu Shun waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately retreated. "Maybe you were too tired then." Crane played it down. Heaven's Road grade martial artist. Tang Tian was stunned again. Although they could handle Heaven's Road grade martial artists, but it was not easy. The key was Heaven's Road grade martial artists were not considered weak. His expression congealed. How many? To be able to make them use the Earth Bear Wave as a reward. How could they be easy to deal with? Ling Su sat on Flamingo and mocked. "You make all the pigs in the world feel ashamed. They definitely can't sleep as well as you. A full 3 days. TSK, TSK. Respect, respect." The gentle and tranquil Crane always gave people a good impression. The other few ladies in the group had already started to look at him passionately. Tang Tian and Ling Su immediately waved their hands at Huo Mat Air. "No matter what, we have to delay them for 3 days. Yu Shun said indifferently, "Master Shui Chung and Master Yong Qiu will lead 70 elites and will arrive in 3 days. How many elites do we have?" Yu Shun asked. Ling Su, who was at the side, sneered, extremely unhappy. "You sure slept well. A full 3 days. We are tired like dogs. Even Heaven's Road grade martial artists ran out like flies. So annoying. Wasting my training time." Tang Tian's face exposed a look of caution. The red-haired lady in front of him reminded him of Sai Lei in the past, that terrifying aura. He would rather face a star spirit beast than such a lady. He quietly took a step back. Yu Shun carefully looked at the order in his hand, his face like water. Thinking of this, Yu Shun couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotions. His side had the absolute advantage in terms of strength. Crane's extremely courteous actions caused the red-haired lady to reveal a smile. "We can't say that we can guide you, but we are coincidentally going back. Why don't you follow us? Once we reach our tribe, we will not be far from Bia. I bought some food from outside." Homa Air sighed. "Winter is coming. We need to prepare food in advance. Otherwise, many people in the tribe will not be able to survive the winter." Swoosh, Tang Tian, and Ling Su's gaze immediately landed on Crane. Did he bring them to the wrong place? "We're being watched." Crane said calmly, "Other than the wave that you dealt with, we met with 5 more waves of attacks." However, Yushun was a little worried. Suddenly, Tang Tian's expression changed. There are people approaching here, and there are quite a number of them. So fast. Crane directly ignored the two unscrupulous people. According to Bell's route, we chose to head east, taking a detour, bypassing the first city of our original plan, the Mohican, and directly reaching the second city, Bia. Furthermore, they had close to 100 Heaven's Road grade martial artist elites. Just these 100 elites were enough to pose a threat to the three of them. If the battle was successful, feudal martial would definitely become the strongest power in the entire Lupus constellation. The unkind gaze from behind immediately made Crane feel uneasy. Could it be that he had brought them to the wrong place? Master Yushun was the second in command of feudal martial and had the qualifications to occupy such a fertile land. Ling Su also took a step back in tacit understanding. Women were terrifying beings and should be handled by Crane. Every Lupus person is born a warrior. Since we cannot dig out food from the ground, then we will use our own blades and swords to fight for a chance to survive. The lives here are worthless. Haven't you heard of the saying, Lupus person is the best cannon fodder? Why? It's cheap enough, and there are enough. He. His underling quivered, and immediately replied, We have sent them, according to Master's orders. Our people have been delaying them, but they are very troublesome. Our people are all... Send another 10 people. Yushun waved his hand and said without hesitation, This was a big operation. There are 5 Heaven's Road grade martial artists. Crane's tone was still as calm as water. I suspect that there will be an ambush ahead, 5 waves of attacks. It is obvious that they are organized. The opponent should be trying to delay our speed. If that is the case, the opponent is most likely fighting for time to gather people. Yes. His underling's heart was overwhelmed. In the carriage, who exactly were they? The carriage was classified as a star treasure, which was why it could be kept. And for the sake of convenience, Tang Tian did not leave his mark on the carriage. Tang Tian and the other 2 were silent. This matter was beyond their knowledge. The carriage that I ordered previously, have you sent people there? Tang Tian looked around in a daze. He was actually on Tang Yi's back. Tang Yi took big strides, the scenery quickly flashing past. The red-haired lady's gaze landed on Flamingo that Ling Su was riding on. A strange look flashed past her eyes. She raised her hand, stopping her underling, and urged her horse forward, and chuckled. Fellow heroes, why have you entered the territory of our Fire Wolf tribe? With the help of the Earthen Bear Wave, Boss was like a tiger that had grown wings, and his strength could increase by at least 30%. Yushun understood Boss very well. Boss had been suppressed by Kangda for so many years and had long suppressed his anger. Now that his strength had increased, he naturally could not wait to find Kangda. Her voice was soft, as though it could seep into people's bones. As Huoma Air spoke, she brought along a sense of sorrow. Crane, who was in the midst of flying, stopped. Wait a minute. There is no problem. Huoma Air, where did you guys come from? Crane asked curiously. Crane's guess was reasonable. Yushun put down the secret order in his hand and suddenly asked, I am Huoma Air. The red-haired lady said generously, Handsome young man, what is your name? Tang Tian's face turned sluggish. Change of route? Don't tell me there is a problem with Bell's route. I am Crane. Crane smiled and replied, then pointed to Tang Tian and Ling Su. My comrades, this is Tang Tian. And this is Ling Su. This group of people were all swift and fierce. Out of the 20 people, there were 7 Heaven Road grade martial artists. I'll leave it to you. Tang Tian waved his hand. He did not care for such matters. It was better to let the smarter people worry about it, as long as they could reach the end. Ling Su, who was sitting on Flamingo, laughed out loud without caring about his image. Ha ha! Crane, so your intellect is on the same level as this fellow. Congratulations, congratulations. Bia, the red-haired lady chuckled. Everyone's direction is indeed very disorientated. If you continue walking in this direction, you will never reach Bia. Ah, Tang Tian immediately opened his eyes wide and said in surprise, "We met with an ambush, and another wave was dealt with by me? Why don't I have any recollection of it? So weird." Ma Er's face changed. Her blue eyes suddenly lit up with a cold aura. Chong, she pulled out the curved horse from her waist and shouted, "Prepare to meet the enemy." Does Lupus Constellation not produce food? Ling Su could not help but ask. Crane immediately became perturbed and immediately bowed to the red-haired lady. "I hope Miss can guide us." "There are roughly 40 people." The subordinate calculated and said, "We have changed our route." Crane flew and said calmly, "The carriage is too eye-catching. We have already kept it." Crane heard and was extremely grateful. "Thank you, miss." "You're awake." Crane said indifferently. His posture was indescribably free and easy. Even when flying, he was free and easy, like a big crane flying forward. Heaven Road grade martial artists were not Tang Tian and the other two's opponents, but when their numbers reached a certain level, they could still pose a threat to them. 6 consecutive waves of attacks. That was definitely not normal. The subordinate was completely scared silly. Shui Chung and Master Yongqiu were the number 3 and 4 people of feudal martial, and were Heaven Road list martial artists. And in feudal martial, those who could be called elites were all Heaven Road grade martial artists. Yes. He resisted the raging waves in his heart and replied while trembling. The subordinate did not dare to make a sound. Master Yushun was the true authority figure of feudal martial and was the leader of a region. Their territory in the entire Lupus constellation was extremely fertile since it was near Corvus constellation. Corvus constellation was not flourishing, but the trade route was at least smooth, and they were able to benefit a little and go to Corvus constellation to do some small business. Compared to the chaos in the interior of Lupus constellation, the days here could be said to be more comfortable. Yeah, I couldn't tell. Little Crane, your intelligence has almost caught up to mine. Tang Tian made a fuss over nothing. Lupus people are good at fighting, but not good at farming. Ma Er sighed lightly. And the land here is too barren. Our tribe is in the desert, a small oasis the size of a palm. What kind of food can we produce? That we are. Tang Tian was at a loss. Where's the carriage? 5 Heaven Road grade martial artists. That was definitely not a small power. Boss went to find Kongda. Roughly 20 people, clustered around a lady dressed in leather armor. This lady held a horse whip. Her appearance was alluring with a pair of blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, fiery red hair, warm and thick lips. She was extremely sexy. A group of people appeared in their vision. Suddenly, Tang Tian's expression changed. Someone is coming over here. Crane and Ling Su also exposed a look of caution. Could it be that the other party had chased over? Crane and Ling Su looked at each other. If the other party was able to find their tracks in such a short time, that would be too scary. Crane's words made Tang Tian even more confused. Then what do you guys do? Tang Tian did not understand and asked. Yu Shun suddenly laughed at himself. Could it be that the peaceful days were too long and he had lost his fighting spirit and had actually become so timid? It was true that the 3 of them were Heaven Road list martial artists, but the 3 of them were also Heaven Road list martial artists. He jumped down from Tang Yi's back. Swoosh! Everyone's gaze immediately gathered on Crane. Tang Tian and the other 2 felt their blood run cold. Yu Shun's gaze looked far away, his face suddenly revealing a look of worry. Boss was at ease to find trouble with Kongda. He must have thought of that too. Is food so scarce? Crane was surprised. One look, and I can tell you guys are not from Lupus constellation. Hwama Air laughed. As long as you are from Lupus constellation, you will know how scary the winter of Lupus constellation is, and how precious food is. For a bag of food, some people will even massacre an entire village. The other party did not think that there would be people here, and everyone's face changed. Chang, their swords were unsheathed, as though they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 260. Tang Tian suddenly smiled at Yan Jiuji. Yan Jiuji's heart jumped. The thin sword's restriction suddenly disappeared. He had broken free. Yan Jiuji was happy and was about to retreat when suddenly a sharp, true power entered his meridians from the thin sword. Hwama Air felt as though she had crashed into a wall, groaned, and flew out. In the dead silence, Tang Tian suddenly laughed out loud towards the sky. It was so sudden, so ear-piercing, so shocking to everyone. A thin sword, without a sound, pierced into the horse's abdomen. The cold and sharp sword aura suddenly exploded from the sword tip, in a moment piercing through the horse's body. A short and blurry figure suddenly shot out from the big-sized man's horse, sticking to Hwama Air's horse's abdomen. This fellow was actually able to block Yan Jiuji's sword. Crane's body trembled. He could not believe what he was seeing at Tang Tian. That was power of the crane. The mace did not show any signs of weakness as it welcomed the blade, aura. The big-sized man's mouth suddenly exposed a strange smile. Everyone's gaze towards Tang Tian became extremely strange. Hwama Air's face was burning hot. She felt extremely embarrassed. That proud look was just like a hooligan. Where was the demeanor of an expert? Both parties were extremely fast. Hwama Air just waved her blade and rushed into the opponent's formation. The scimitar in her hand was strange and unpredictable. Her moves were extremely fast, the moon-shaped blade, aura flashing in the air, followed by a person falling. Hwama Air borrowed the momentum, waved the scimitar in her hand, and a blazing red blade, aura, whistled into the opponent's formation. Yan Jiuji, who was running for his life, heard the whistle. The true power in his body suddenly became chaotic, and he directly fell from the sky, his face filled with shock. He no longer had any intention to fight, and struggled to crawl up from the ground, and ran for his life. Yan Jiuji only felt as though an awl had suddenly pierced into his meridians. His face changed, the true power in his body became chaotic, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not care about calming the blood in his chest, and turned to run. At this moment, Tang Tian moved. Hwama Air noticed that there was a big man in the opposing team who was extremely skilled. He used an incomparably heavy mace, and 3 people on her side had already been injured by him. A killing intent flashed past Hwama Air's eyes. She squeezed her horse's abdomen, bent her waist, and rushed forward. The curved blade in her hand hung down naturally, like a willow leaf swaying in the wind, bringing with it an indescribable rhythm. Heaven-list martial artist, must be a liar. This person's skills were unfathomable. That stupid look was just to make him lower his guard. The orderly sound of swords being unsheathed sounded out. Hwama Air's subordinates did not look like a proper army, but at that moment, they displayed a well-trained side. They spurred the horses beneath them and spread out, their expressions stern and murderous. Hwama Air was unable to block it. The thumb-thick blue sword, aura, pierced through her left shoulder, bringing forth a rain of blood. After piercing through, it disappeared in the air. Tang Tian's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with intense joy. Originally, he thought that he had completely comprehended the martial technique, but now he seemed to see many changes. Yan Jiuji's pupils shrank. "Who are you?" "Puff. Not good." Ling Su looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. This brat, could he even break through like that? What a fierce girl! Ling Su exclaimed, speechless. A person who had comprehended the true essence of the crane body energy would be able to cultivate the power of the crane. Tang Tian and Crane had the same feeling. The enemy's numbers were 5 times their own, but they did not even frown, and directly rushed forward. That was too fierce. The 3 of them could not dodge in time. Blood splattered. They screamed and fell off their horses. Ling Su snorted, "She is not my opponent." His body suddenly disappeared, and a blue light shot straight for Tang Tian's throat. Tang Tian could not hold it in any longer and suddenly roared towards the sky. The crane body in his body was no longer restricted to the previous crane form. Suddenly it extended its wings and neck, and suddenly it stood up straight. Thousands of changes. This crane that was formed from countless small, true power suddenly became extremely lively, as though it was alive. Huo Ma Er was invincible, raising the morale of her subordinates, making them even more fearless. Seeing that the enemy's formation was in chaos, Huo Ma Er's heart calmed down. Just a little bit more, and the enemy would be completely defeated. Change. Suddenly, a dazzling spark, like a rocket, suddenly rushed into her vision. This stream of sparks accurately hit the blue sword ray and exploded with a bang. Huo Ma Er's expression froze. She suspected that Tang Tian's brain was stuck in the door. Why would he say such words that made people not know whether to laugh or cry? Huo Ma Er's subordinates trusted her. Upon hearing the order, all of them shot out like arrows, rushing towards the top of the hill. Before she landed on the ground, a cold blue light appeared in front of her like maggots in the bones. The ghost-like figure closed in on him, rushing to the top of the hill. The view in front of her suddenly became clear, only to see a group of about 100 people on horses rushing towards them. The distance between them was less than 200 steps. Waha! I am truly a godlike young lad. After retreating a few feet, she could clearly see that Tang Tian was standing in front of her. This. This change was too sudden. Yan Jiuji's pupils shrunk. An expert. The atmosphere was completely destroyed. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the person who was laughing maniacally with his hands on his waist. Their minds were blank. Huo Ma Er's pupils shrunk. Not good. Strong and weak will always be relative and changing. Tang Tian said loudly, "Hey, you can't kill her, and I don't want to kill you. You guys go. I won't make things difficult for you." The long whistle was clear like a crane's cry. It was not loud, but from 10 li away, it could be heard clearly. That's right, it was change. So powerful. Tang Tian's face was full of shock. It was his first time seeing such a strong woman. Her blade technique is very strong, and her moves are very fast. Ling Su, are you faster, or is she faster? Kill. These words were filled with arrogance, but everyone was already familiar with Ling Su's style. Yan Jiuji's eyes flashed a look of ridicule. Heaven Road list martial artist? Huh. Huo Ma Er took the lead and rushed forward. In front of her was a gentle slope. The slope was not big and was filled with grass. The enemy's movements came from the other side of the slope. If the enemy occupied the top of the slope, they would lose the advantage. The crane's body seemed to be responding to Tang Tian, craning its neck and crying out loud. Tang Tian's entire body had an indescribable, imposing manner. Tang Tian and the other 2 immediately rushed to the top of the slope, changing the situation. Tang Tian immediately felt as though he had opened a new window. It was truly a little bit like using a little bit of effort to change 1,000 caddies. So, blindly increasing true power, the effect was far from being able to take advantage of the situation. If used ingeniously, a little bit of true power could possibly produce an astonishing result. She then clearly saw Yan Jiuji's appearance. Yan Jiuji's figure was small, only about 1.6 m. His gaze was cold like a snake, and in his hand was a deep blue sword. The group was in a mess, with horses that had lost their owners everywhere. All these horses were precious resources, and no one would easily kill them. Snatch the slope in front. She felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her blood almost congealed. Tang Tian also forgot to chase. He stood there in a daze, still reminiscing about the attack. His strength was definitely stronger than Yan Jiuji, but if they were to fight head-on without 10 rounds, it would be difficult to win. Just now, his intuition had predicted the opponent's reaction, and borrowing the opponent's retreating momentum, he took the opportunity to send in a wave of true power, but he did not expect the result to be so good and surprising. But Tang Tian seemed to have already predicted it, and with a tilt of his head, he easily dodged it. Tang Tian and the other two looked at each other. Could it be the people who were chasing after them? Very strong. Crane said softly, "At least they have the strength of the Heaven Road list's substitute area." The true power in his body surged. The crane body energy suddenly loosened and tightened, the crane's form faintly discernible. Crane body energy, crane body energy. Its true essence was not the crane body shape that he had always thought, but the transformation of the crane body. With a surge of true power, the slender sword that was locked started to undulate like a wave, like a ferocious python struggling with all its might. Ding! For the past few days, they had traveled day and night, flying at full speed. As long as a martial artist was not afraid of exhausting their true power, flying at full speed would be faster than a carriage. The advantage of a carriage was its endurance, and could fly continuously for a few months. Huoma Air's shout sounded out. She took the lead, like a raging flame, brazenly pouncing towards the opponent's carriage. Her subordinates by her side let out a weird cry. Without hesitation, they also rushed down. We fell into a trap. With Yan Jiuji's strength, it was impossible for him to fail. Despair surfaced in her eyes. 3 cat blades with traces of blood blocked in front of Tang Tian, intersecting with Yan Jiuji's slender sword. Tang Tian's body did not move an inch. Her speed was extremely fast, like a red lightning. In a moment she rushed in front of the big-sized man. The curved blade in her hand trembled, and the cold blade, aura, went straight for the big-sized man's face. The big-sized man with the mace took the opportunity to move, suddenly leaping up, passing over Tang Tian's head. The mace in his hand raised up high. With a roar, he smashed towards Huoma Air. A black figure appeared out of nowhere. A perfectly straight white mist sword aura struck the mace. Huoma Air had escaped from death and was still in a state of shock. She subconsciously distanced herself. This long whistle completely destroyed the enemy's willpower. Huoma Air looked at Tang Tian in shock. This long whistle was endless, completely ignoring her true power, directly entering her heart. She did not even have the slightest thought of resisting. Tang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The crane body in his body was constantly changing. His pupils were as clear as water without any impurities. Even the air around him became clear. A sense of being refined arose spontaneously. She recognized the identity of the sneak attacker, Yan Jiuji. Huoma Air suddenly lit up with a red light aura enveloping her and the horse beneath her. The horse was obviously not an ordinary horse. Its speed was as fast as lightning, even compared to Ling Su's flamingo. It was not one bit inferior. A cold aura flashed past Yan Jiuji's eyes. The sword that was locked suddenly shot out a blue sword aura, straight for Tang Tian's face. So true power could be used like this. Looking at it, it did not seem like the person chasing them. Tang Tian and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. The big-sized man with the mace only felt an extremely sharp sword aura, instantly breaking through his true power, drilling into his meridians, and could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. His body that was like an iron tower flew back. The big-sized man's mace in front of him suddenly swept over. "My name is Tang Tian." Tang Tian patted his chest, his face proud. "I am a Heaven Road list martial artist. I am very powerful." If the hidden enemy could be so fast, then the power would be great. To Tang Tian and the rest, it was not good news. Chapter 261. Huma Air's entire body trembled. She looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. They were at least 10 li away from the hill, but Tang Tian was actually able to sense the enemy from so far away. Tang Tian stared at the old man fiercely. The old man's strength far surpassed Yan Jiuji's. From the clash just now, he knew it would be a tough battle. His gaze landed on the old man's hands. His hands were actually like blue ice sculptures, sparkling and dazzling. It was as though they had some sort of magical power and could attract people's attention. The old man gently waved his hands, and the two sleeves flew out like butterflies, revealing a pair of blue ice sculpture palms. He could feel it more deeply, and felt that the thin layer of true power had many mysteries inside. If he could have a deeper understanding of the power of the crane, the thin layer of the power of the crane would become invisible. Following the rise of his strength, the places where he could rely on Bing became less and less. He needed to take the initiative to comprehend, although he was slightly stupid, and that would require more time. But Tang Tian immediately shook his head. Power of the crane and the spirit domain's might and changes were like heaven and earth. But there were some characteristics that matched, and with the control of the martial spirit, it could be the initial stage of the spirit domain. To the cultured and refined crane, such an expression was rarely seen. Even the simple-minded Ling Su tactfully kept his mouth shut, hugging his silver spear. He sat on Flamingo, with his eyes and nose down, as though he was looking at his heart. "You will all be used as cannon fodder." Huma Air said coldly, "Watch me step on the air." It would be a lie if Crane was not envious, but he was an extremely cultured young lad. Since young, he had a calm temperament which made him envious and even more happy. If not for Tang Tian's series of actions, it was as though in the boundless ocean, a blue whale the size of a mountain emerged from the surface. Suddenly, Tang Tian stopped. His gaze looked at the hill in the distance. "Someone is coming." Tang Tian felt that it was extremely novel. The majestic group of horses was escorting a group of captives. The enemies just now, other than Yan Jiuji, none of them escaped and became captives. That's right. Hazar straightened his neck and widened his eyes, not showing any signs of weakness. "Our sandwolves have not had a strong leader for so many years. That's why we have fallen to this state today. Huma Air, you originally had the qualifications, but it's a pity that you refused." "Wow, look at my invincible dog paddle." "Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, ha, hey." Reporting to young master, "They are from the Wild Earth tribe." Huma Air respectfully said. The three people in front of her had unfathomable strength and were extremely strong. The strong were respected. That was the law of the world, and in the cruel Lupus constellation, this law was even more vivid. The old man squinted his eyes. "I heard that someone just created a brand new unique martial technique called Fire Scythe Ghost Claw. I never expected to see it here. No, Wonder Joe, she lost to you. You do have some skills." Tang Tian's head was facing downwards again. His hands were like springs. Puff, 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 as he bounced forward. Tang Tian made a mental note of this bold conjecture and would slowly verify it in the future. Huma Air was startled. A wave of vast and dangerous qi suddenly burst out from the old man's body. Around his body, it revolved and revolved. The mist was formed from true power that was as fine as a speck of dust and attached to Tang Tian's body, forming a thin layer. Yan Jiuji was also found by Xan Li. Huma Air's face was gloomy. So strong. His blue hands were raised, one high and one low, placed in front of his chest. His 5 fingers were like hooks. "You have some eyesight," the old man said coldly. "At such a young age to be able to create the fire scythe ghost claw, you have a future. But since you met me, then today will be the day of your death." "You believe Exan Li's words?" Huma Er shook her head. "Haja Er, have you ever seen someone more cunning and ruthless than him? Of the tribes that joined hands with him, which tribe is still alive?" The chi exploded in all directions. The 2 figures clashed and separated, both retreating 10 m. "Who injured Jiuji?" "The old man with the blood," I asked. Seeing Tang Tian in such a sorry state, Crane felt satisfied. His expression returned to normal, and the suppressive chi disappeared. Crane turned and smiled as he asked Huma Er, "Do you know these people, Miss Huma Er?" Without thinking, Tang Tian waved the bleeding cat blade scythe in his hand, and a dazzling spark welcomed the blue claw. Huma Er's face became gloomy. "Haja Er, you actually relied on Exan Li?" Power of the Crane was a legendary absolute technique, and in Crane's heart, it was extremely sacred. "Tang Tian, you have gained enlightenment on the power of the Crane. That is so rare, so lucky. Please cherish it, and assimilate the power of the Crane into your martial techniques." Crane's heart was like that, but personally witnessing Tang Tian not doing his job properly, using the absolute technique of the Crane sect for fun, and wasting it, how could he have a good face? This asshole! Tang Tian laid on the horse like a pile of mud, his entire body unable to move. He had played too much just now, and actually used up all of his true power. He did not even have the strength to walk, and could only lie on the horse's back. The shock in Crane's heart could not be described with words. The power of the Crane compared to the Crane body energy was of a much higher level. In the history of the Crane sect, only the early disciples of the Crane sect were able to cultivate the power of the Crane. If we were to say that the Crane body energy was the starting point of the Crane sect's martial techniques, without anyone gaining enlightenment on the Crane body energy, the majority of the Crane sect's martial techniques could not be trained. But the power of the Crane was like the finishing touch after gaining enlightenment on the power of the Crane martial techniques. Even the most ordinary Crane sect martial techniques in his hands would have their might amplified. Ding! Seeking death. The old man with the blood, I snorted. His figure suddenly disappeared. Sigh. A blue light flashed past Tang Tian's eyes, and a blurred image of an azure claw suddenly appeared in his vision. Especially when he realized that the power of the Crane could help his body float, he quickly found a series of ways to play, swimming in the air, jumping upside down, etc., and immediately became extremely happy. Everyone in the team tactfully shut their mouths. Huma Er, you don't have a chance. Haja Er's emotions calmed down. So what if he is a heaven road? List martial artist. The power behind Exan Li is much bigger than you can imagine. Humph, his ambition, is not just this desert. You want him to fight with Silver Moon, Heaven Hook, and Feudal Marshal. Haja Er's neck turned red, his eyes filled with flames. I don't care so much. Of course you don't have to worry. But what about us? If this goes on, we won't even be able to survive this winter. Huma Er was speechless. Tang Tian faced the back, as though he was stepping on water. Both of his legs kicked the air, and his body was pushed forward. This brat, who did not even look like he had grown hair, actually created a unique martial technique. There were 3 people. The one leading was a sinister-looking old man. His pair of blood-red eyes looked extremely terrifying. On his left, there was a person dressed in armor. His entire body was covered in a silver armor. Even his face was covered tightly. And on his right was a lady holding a bone whip. She was dressed in black. Her curvaceous figure was vividly outlined. The bone whip in her hand was extremely strange, as though it was some kind of star spirit beast spine. Every joint was very distinct. "It's me." Tang Tian laughed and stood out. "Are you his master? Are you here to fight?" Tang Tian floated in the air, displaying a dog-paddling posture, his mouth releasing a hoo-hoo-hoo sound. What was strange was Tang Tian actually looked like he was in the water, continuously paddling, slowly moving forward. And what made Tang Tian the most surprised was that Tang Tian's true power was unable to control the power of the crane, but his martial spirit was able to control the power of the crane very well. Just at this time, a few black dots appeared on the hill far away. Who knew that Tang Tian was about to discover a new toy, and immediately became excited. All the spearheads were caused by Tang Tian in front of the group. Ha sneered. Xian Li did not only find Yin Jiuji. Only when you die will the Sandwolf tribe be truly unified, and at that time, this desert will be our world. Humayer, do you think that with these 3 brats who have not even grown hair, they can protect your broken village? The man with the mace sneered. Big Boss Xian already controls 6 tribes, and you want to rely on your Fire Sand tribe to overturn the heavens? Stop dreaming. Tang Tian's thoughts continued to immerse in his martial technique. The other benefit of the power of the crane was that it allowed his true power to recover much faster. The opponent was extremely fast. Crane's face was green. The old man's companions, upon seeing that Tang Tian was able to block the old man's claw, exposed a look of surprise. Your claw technique is also very powerful. Tang Tian's gaze stared at the old man's blue crystal-clear hands. You must also be using a unique martial technique. Furthermore, these 3 strong martial artists had just saved his life. Tang Tian was playing to his heart's content and from time to time released all sorts of weird sounds. A light flashed in Tang Tian's mind. He suddenly thought about the time when they were pulled into the demon sealing sword's spirit domain by the crypto sword saint. Unless the power of the crane was the spirit domain. Watch me do a handstand spring jump. I jump, 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 jump. Ha ha. Ha Air laughed. Huma Air, what are you saying in the entire Lupus constellation who is not cannon fodder? The rest of the things could be left to the smarter people to do. The 2 people by the side were immediately moved and looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. Bang! Tang Tian's entire body was enveloped in a layer of faint white mist, giving off a somewhat immortal aura. That was the power of the crane. The power of the crane was extremely mystical, and when Tang Tian raised his hand, he naturally had an additional natural feeling. An hour later, Air was the most surprised. His mouth was wide open, and he stared blankly at Tang Tian. He knew the old man's identity, and when he saw the old man appear, he was ecstatic, thinking that he would definitely win. Who knew, after the 2 of them clashed head-on, they were actually evenly matched. Air continued. Let me tell you, the Fire Wolf tribe has not been destroyed yet, is because Xian Li has enough confidence to kill you. As long as he kills you, the Fire Wolf tribe will surrender without a fight, and he will swallow the entire Fire Wolf tribe. That was what Crane and the rest saw. Tang Tian's body was always shrouded in a faint mist. Tang Tian was immersed in the mystical power of the crane. The crane body in his body was constantly changing, as though it was alive. Just as the crane body was changing, the true power in his body flowed endlessly, all the true power surging from all directions, colliding with the crane body, annihilating, transforming into even finer true power. Chapter 262. But Tang Yi's blade technique was simple and unadorned, neither fast nor slow. Only when he clashed with the blue claw, the tyrannical power of the blade aura would explode out like thunder. A cold snort, a tall and sturdy figure blocked in front of Tang Tian. It was Tang Yi. Tang Yi's expression was imposing. Not angry, the zanbato in his hand was casually placed on the ground. His aura blended together. Tang Tian was stunned to realize that no one cared about him. The southern sky's 42 constellations had different strengths. The disparity was extremely large, but there were a few extremely strong constellations, such as Centaurus constellation, Phoenix constellation, Canis major constellation, Corona Australis constellation. They were all extremely strong constellations, and Centaurus constellation was the strongest constellation in the southern sky's 42 constellations. This person was wearing a Centaurus constellation armor, which was obviously not ordinary. Where did these fellows come from? The middle-aged man who spoke was flustered and exasperated. His body was slightly plump, his eyes were small, but his face was sinister, revealing an indescribable killing intent. The armored warrior introduced himself in a low voice. The spirit general's movements looked casual, but there were no flaws. His own chi, upon approaching the spirit general, seemed to have hit an invisible wall and was unable to advance. "I'm just saying," Bing said. "Anyways, as long as you give me the person, I don't care if you cheat or steal." "Chi, damn it." He was about to kill Huo Ma Er. The biggest obstacle was swept away, and the desert was his world. Who knew? Halfway through, a few strong fellows would suddenly appear. Tang Tian beamed with joy. "You're absolutely right. For you to think like that, you've improved a lot." Tang Tian thought about the few waves of attacks. Could it be that those people were actually feudal marshal's people? The old man's pupils constricted. Bang! Her eyes flashed with electricity. With a seductive look, she twisted her waist and stuck close to Crane. "It's Xian Li's men." Huo Ma Er's face changed. Huo Ma Er's heart was stirred. Her face flushed red. She nodded without hesitation. "Yes, young master is so ruthless." The bone whip woman screamed. The bone whip in her hand was like a bone snake. It rose up strangely and hit the sword Chi. Tang Tian, who had nothing to do, immediately became excited. "Uncle, what's the matter?" About 10 kilometers away from Tang Tian. "What problem?" Tang Tian asked, puzzled. Both parties were extremely fast. Crane's figure was elegant and at ease, his sword techniques agile. The bone whip lady's bone whip was unpredictable and had many changes. "The reason is still unknown." Bing said, "This is the news that Belle found out." Crane and the bone whip lady were in a different situation. The more she thought about it, Tang Tian and the other two strengths were already extremely powerful, and there was an even more powerful spirit general. Such a luxurious group. Why would they appear in such a small place like Lupus Constellation? Spear of Justice, Ling Su. Ling Su spat out 2 words, his battle intent surging in his chest. The strength of the opponent's aura was definitely not weaker than his. Such an opponent was extremely difficult to find. Huo Ma Er was startled. An unbelievable thought popped out. Could it be? "Io, young master is so handsome." The bone whip lady said charmingly, "I like you the moment I see you. Young master, why don't you follow me? Don't worry, I will take good care of you." The heavy mace suddenly pointed forward, a thunderous roar resonating through the clouds in the sky. Ling Su took out his spear, the twin goat wind bells slowly and rhythmically ringing, floating in the wind. His expression congealed, his orange pupils flames dancing. "Feudal Marshal?" Tang Tian was baffled. "We don't have any grudges with them, right?" Suddenly, he raised his head and looked into the distance. He faintly felt that someone was spying on them. What was going on? "Bring your men and follow behind me." Such a strong spirit general. Bing seemed to have expected it and said flatteringly, "Young man, relax. We have already prepared a complete battle plan and will definitely not waste time." His tone immediately changed and said seriously, "Also, we have received news. Feudal Marshal is gathering, and their target is us." The most intense was actually the old man, and Tang Tian understood. Uncle wants to pick a talented person from the Lupus people. Just at this time, Bing's voice suddenly sounded out in his mind. Little Tang Tang, I have something to discuss with you. The old man's entire body emitted a vast and boundless aura, actually enveloping everyone within it. Upon hearing about spending money, Tang Tian could not take it anymore. Hey, uncle, you've already spent a lot of money. After saying that, Tang Tian flipped up his horse, his left hand holding onto the blood-rush shield, his right hand holding onto the dual-headed mace. These were the spoils of war from defeating the Hua brothers, and he had always kept them. Take down these few tribes? Tang Tian was startled. Uncle, what are you trying to do? Why are you interested in the Lupus people's tribes? Aren't you playing with your training camp? Where exactly did this group of people come from? Beside him was the skinny and small Yan Jiuji. His face was completely overwhelmed with shock, without a trace of blood. Other than the shock, his heart was rejoicing that he escaped quickly. If he had bumped into the spirit general with the Zanbato right from the start, his head would have been separated from his body. After thinking for half a day, Tang Tian could not think of anything, so he decided not to think about it, and straightforwardly said, All right, I'll leave the crafty plots and schemes to you guys. Anyways, I'll be in charge of fighting. The sword chi was like the breath of a white crane, bringing along a vast expanse of white mist breaking through the air. Crane's expression was calm. Are you Fangu? Centaur constellation, wings of the silver spear, Ing Kong. Bang, bang, bang. All of the captives were thrown to the ground. No way. Tang Tian was shocked. Uncle, why are you so weak? Why haven't you recruited anyone after so long? Kill. Tang Tian, who was bored to death, suddenly became spirited. Without hesitation, he said, Throw the captives to the ground. The armored warrior and the bone-whipped lady beside the old man snorted and released their chi. Bing coughed lightly. Desperate times call for desperate measures. And for a simple matter, why would it trouble a godlike young man? Only such a difficult and deep matter can only belong to you, young man. The old man's claw technique was extremely fast, so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to catch, and every claw was accompanied by an intense, cold intent. Between the blue claw images, snowflakes floated down. That's right, the training camp is progressing smoothly. Bing's tone was excited, but very quickly he became embarrassed. But there's a problem now. Centaur constellation, Ling Su snorted, the flames in his eyes burning even brighter. Tang Tian was stunned by Bing's shamelessness and roguishness. Uncle, you're actually this kind of person. As for Ling Su and the armored warrior, it was a different scene. The centaur warrior's body was as fast as lightning. His spear throwing was even more powerful, wandering in all directions. And Ling Su instigated Flamingo, like a ball of fiery red flames. The pointed sea spear in his hand was endless. As long as the opponent touched it, they would immediately be dragged into the spear screen. The centaur warrior knew how powerful it was, and was extremely fearful of Ling Su's pointed sea spear. The armored warrior's entire body seemed to be flowing with silver liquid. His lower body was surrounded by a bright silver mist, faintly revealing half of a horse's body. In his hand, there was an additional 1/2 meter long silver spear. Today, it was time for it to drink blood. Crane's gaze congealed, his slender white palm unconsciously holding onto the sword hilt. His straight body slightly arched inwards. His entire being was ready to move. He hesitated for a while, but this will take up a lot of time. I want to reach Southern Cross Constellation as soon as possible. Oh, young master still knows my name, unless young master already has feelings for me. The bone-whipped lady covered her mouth and laughed. You should have said so earlier. Tonight, I will be young master's person. Everyone's gaze looked at Huma Air. Huma Air clenched her teeth. Throw. Bing's voice was extremely awkward. It's not that I'm frustrated. In the past, when the army was formed, we never had to worry about the problem of recruiting people. everyone would break their heads to enter. But now it's more troublesome. There are a few people who came, but their talents are terrible. No one, Bing said helplessly. Other than the two rascals sent by the Mo family, there is no one else in the training camp. Tang Tian, who had nothing to do, scratched his head. This rhythm is not right. How can there be only me and no fights? This godlike young lad is the #1 fighter. The lupus people are actually not bad. Living in such a harsh environment, their temperament is very tenacious, and they are able to endure hardships. And these tribes do not have a leader. If you think it's troublesome, then just spend money, since it doesn't cost much. Cannon fodder, rather than being cannon fodder for others. Why not be cannon fodder for us? Bing said shamelessly. The old man released his qi and caused a chain reaction. Through Yen Jiuji, Xian Li had formed a connection with his master's power, and these three people's astonishing strength made Xian Li full of confidence. With the power of thunder, he would sweep through the desert and then contend with the three big powerhouses. Cough. Bing felt that this matter was a little hard to believe. That can you take down these few tribes? Suddenly, the rumbling of horse hooves came from afar, raising up a cloud of dust. A team of more than 500 people was charging towards them aggressively. Xian Li clenched his teeth, his face fluctuating. There were actually such dauntless people in the world, ruining his winning plan. Young lad is wise. Bing once again regained his flattery. Tang Tian's mouth curved to his ears and pretended to say, "Uncle's words, although it is a little exaggerated, but you are absolutely right." The surrounding wilderness was quiet, as expected. Both parties were in a deadlock. Tang Tian looked around, his eyes filled with hope, hoping that he would be able to kill another enemy reinforcement or something like that. Huma Air's face changed. Her state of mind was once again impacted. Previously, when Tang Yi did not make a move, she thought Tang Yi was just an ordinary spirit general, but she did not expect him to be so powerful. Crane's eyes flashed a cold light. The crane sword in his hand was still in its sheath, stabbing forward. Tang Tian turned to look at Huma Air. "Can you still fight?" At this time, Bing had already completely lost his moral integrity. For his training camp, he flattered wave after wave. In the past, I did not have enough understanding of this point, but please believe me, I have already carried out a deep self-examination and reflection. I finally deeply understand. Only by relying on this godlike young lad, the glory of the army can it once again blossom. Just a mere lupus constellation, just a mere desert to this godlike young lad. It is as easy as reaching out with his hand. Success will be achieved. Oh, as the saying goes, who can stop young lad Tang? He was Xian Li. Chapter 263. Xian Li's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness and bellowed, "Stop!" With his last step deep into the ground, Tang Tian's body paused for a moment, but in the next moment he disappeared. Although his true power was still at the 6th level and did not have any advantage against these martial artists, but he had gained enlightenment on the power of the crane, and the power of his martial techniques had multiplied. Tang Tian exhaled. The mace in his hand swung. Wung! The vibrating sound swept through the air, and a few blade auras clashed with the rod auras. The martial artists of the Firewolf tribe loudly agreed. Their expressions changed drastically. Before they could even react, Chen Xiaobei's expression changed drastically. Idiots! The sound of the blade and shield clashing could be heard from far away. The horizontal blade was struck by Tang Tian's blood rush shield, and Tang Tian crashed straight into his chest. This person took advantage of the time when Tang Tian's old power had just dissipated and had not yet recovered, and attacked accurately. But he did not expect that the crane body in Tang Tian's body was constantly changing, and his power was always changing. Bang! Not good. So, what if you are a Heaven Road list martial artist? Tang Tian's legs sank, and his feet sank into the ground. But Xian Li knew it was not the time to regret. His expression was solemn, his eyes opened wide, and bellowed, "Sand Riders, Iron Guards, get off the horse. Follow me." An unstoppable force struck his chest, and his expression froze. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying for 70 m, and when he landed, he was no longer breathing. The rest of them felt as though they had struck a thick wall. Their chests were stuffy, and the true power in their bodies stagnated. They could not catch their breath, and were overwhelmed with shock. Tang Tian's fierceness had exceeded their imaginations. Hua Air was provoked by Tang Tian's actions, and the fighting intent in her chest was boiling. She took a deep breath and fiercely reined in the horse's head, and turned around to pounce towards the enemy, and raised the curved horse in her hands. Kill! Tang Tian felt an indescribable joy. His brute force and true power, under the power of the crane, were actually extremely compatible and perfectly fused. The extremely ordinary moves in his hands became shockingly powerful. Could it be that this brat had been fighting since he was in his mother's womb? Kill! Everyone roared in agreement. Their faces were filled with malevolence. Tang Tian had Ling Su, a spear expert, by his side. Although he had never practiced spear techniques, he had fought countless battles with Ling Su. He was no stranger to dealing with spear martial artists. Xian Li's eyes were like torches. Not only would the increased speed of the horse not pose a threat to Tang Tian, it would also provide cover for the unusually slippery Tang Tian. In that wave of attacks, just now, several people were killed. Tang Tian suddenly launched a sneak attack from below the horse's belly. The air was filled with the faint cries of the demonic cat. His elusive and unpredictable figure was like a ghost. It was as if he could always predict attacks in advance. His attacks were also strange and unpredictable. He would suddenly disappear into the belly of the horse and suddenly shoot out from a blind spot. His attacks were extremely fast, and every attack was aimed at the opponent's weak point. Sizzle! At the same time, a low and vigorous whistling sound came out in the air. The power of the crane coiling around the mace was terrifying. Seeing that the opponent was getting closer and closer, Tang Tian's eyes suddenly became fierce. He fiercely jumped up from the horse's back. His sudden action caused everyone to be surprised. The few people at the front did not expect that Tang Tian would suddenly jump up from the horse's back. Back team, abandon your horses and meet the enemy. A blade, aura as bright as snow, sharp and threatening. It went straight for the back of Tang Tian's head. It was as if Tang Tian had eyes at the back of his head. His body shrunk, and the blade, aura, brushed past Tang Tian's back. The cold blade, aura, caused Tang Tian's hair to stand. Heaven's Road grade martial artist. Another Heaven's Road grade martial artist. The team stopped. They were all elites, and their strength was formidable. Furthermore, they were martial artists that lived in the desert. All of them were extremely skilled in horse riding. Tang Tian used his intuition to the fullest. Xian Li's small eyes squinted. His killing intent was biting cold. His heart was resolute. He raised his arm and roared, "Kill!" Xian Li was shocked and angry. In just one move, he had lost around 20 men. These 500 men were the elites that he had carefully selected. Every one of them was a treasure. In the blink of an eye, 20 of them had died. How could he not feel the pain? Tang Tian's display of strength caused him to be overwhelmed with shock. But when Tang Tian turned around and chased after them, this action that was filled with disdain made Xian Li's blood rush to his head. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was ranked last on the unique board, but It was a 100% unique martial technique. Borrowing the chaos, he tiptoed and swept out like a shadow, like a galloping horse. He dragged the mace on the ground, creating a deep ditch. Dirt flew everywhere. The surrounding people were all stunned by Tang Tian's ferocity. With just a wave of his hand, he had killed 2 Heaven's Road grade martial artists. Such a terrifying martial artist. When had they ever seen one before? Hua Air and the rest who were following behind him all had looks of disbelief on their faces. Tang Tian's riding skills were terrible. What he could do was to prevent himself from falling off the back of the horse. But this horse was a well-trained war horse. When it ran, it was like a gust of wind. This battle, no matter what, he had to win. Tang Tian's collision, just now, the crane body in his body had changed 3 times. The explosive power was extremely powerful. The cold light in his hands flickered in the middle of the crowd. Buzz. When Xian Li saw Tang Tian, bringing Hua Air and 20 over men, directly rushing over, his heart was immediately at ease. Flaunting his might with the mace, Tang Tian's fighting intent suddenly flared up. 15 seconds. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly opened up. He had actually killed the enemy's entire team. Both parties rushed towards each other. Their speed was extremely fast. To Tang Tian, it was undoubtedly a natural battlefield. Such a high-speed battle. Both parties' reaction time was pitiful. But to Tang Tian, his strong intuition allowed him to sense danger and the intention of the enemy's attack in advance. Xian Li's face changed. He then realized he had underestimated the young man's strength and overestimated the strength of his own men. Those martial artists that he had recruited, how would they have the heart to fight to the death? Normally, they would naturally be powerful, but once they met a hard battle, they would not be able to do so. In front of him, he disappeared. The sparks from the fire scythe ghost claw were like fireworks, but it was filled with the aura of death. Everyone sucked in cold air. There was actually someone in the world who was so ferocious. But at this time, the others also reacted. A few figures jumped down from their horses and rushed towards him. Power of the crane. A cold aura pierced through. The spear was like a dragon. Bang! Tang Tian kept his mace and used the bleeding cat blade scythe. A ghostly figure flashed and disappeared. Tang Tian suddenly realized his extremely solid fundamental martial techniques, in such a chaotic battle, were extremely useful. Power of the crane, these simple fundamental martial techniques, were filled with killing power. When their gazes landed on Tang Tian's position, their pupils constricted. A spark blossomed in the air, accurately hitting the cold aura of the spear tip. His body was like a rubber ball that was hit by a strong force and flew out at an astonishing speed. The few martial artists behind him could not dodge in time. Bang, bang, bang. All of them screamed out, spat out blood, and fell off their horses. A few cold auras mixed with the lingering sound of cats crying, and a few streams of blood shot into the air. For martial artists covered their throats. Their eyes opened wide like the eyes of a dying fish, their faces filled with disbelief and deep fear. Borrowing the momentum of the horses, Tang Tian's leap was extremely fast. Kill! A roar suddenly exploded in their ears, and they woke up from their dreams. They took the initiative to dodge, and immediately made Tang Tian even more unstoppable. Everyone in the group only felt that Tang Tian was like a shooting star, suddenly rushing in front of them. The blurred afterimages in a moment covered their vision. The martial artists at the back of the group all abandoned their horses and turned to rush towards Tang Tian. At the position where Tang Tian was standing, there was actually no one. 2 Heaven's Road grade martial artists were killed in one move. There was nothing more impactful than this scene. The other Heaven's Road grade martial artists' hearts jumped. Other than the 20 Heavens Road grade martial artists who were absolutely loyal to Exxon Lee, the other 50 Heavens Road grade martial artists were all recruited by Exxon Lee from various tribes. All of them were old foxes and knew how to protect themselves better than the average person. The scene immediately became chaotic. The 500 people he brought were the elites under him, and there were more than 70 Heavens Road grade martial artists. With such power, even if a Heaven Road list martial artist were to clash with them, it would only be a dead end. The reason why he brought people out was because he was not sure if the 3 martial artists on his side could win. How was this possible? Wherever the mace swept across, as long as it touched, it was as if they were struck by lightning and flew out spitting out blood. 3 figures screamed miserably as they were sent flying. They actually broke through the enemy's formation. Tang Tian immediately killed his way into the group of martial artists who abandoned their horses. At this time, of course, it was to let others exhaust this perverse true power. That was the way of the king. When had Exxon Lee, ever been disregarded? He jumped in fright and retreated in panic, but his chest was in pain. The fire scythe ghost claw collided with the spear tip. The violent true power immediately surged into the opponent's spear body. Dang! Furthermore, such a terrifying martial artist was just a 16 or 17-year-old young lad. Tang Tian's face still had some childishness, but when he fought, he was extremely experienced and ruthless. Even the old foxes who had been around for decades could not help but have their eyelids twitch. The 20-odd guards around Exxon Lee all dismounted at the same time, protecting Exxon Lee, silently moving forward. The other martial artists all opened up a path. 22 San Chi steel guards. Every one of them was a Heavens Road grade martial artist. This was the core strength in Exxon Lee's hands. Exxon Lee displayed extraordinary calmness. Tang Tian was already less than 30 m away from them. Tang Tian squinted his eyes, as though there was an electric light flickering deep inside. Bang! The martial artist who bore the brunt of the attack turned pale. In a panic, he raised the sword in his hand. The power that could topple mountains and overturn the seas penetrated through the sword. He did not even have the time to scream, and felt as though he was struck by a huge beast. You can't take it anymore? The true power in his body surged. If Tang Tian was paying attention, he would realize that his mace was enveloped in a thin layer of white mist, lingering indefinitely. He stood there in a daze. After a moment, he lowered his head to look at his chest. There was a blood hole. His consciousness was getting further and further away. He pounced and fell to the ground. The opponent did not expect that his blade would actually miss, and even more did not expect that Tang Tian would actually use such a method to counterattack. In that moment, he panicked. The long blade in his hand was placed horizontally in front of his chest. Turning his head to look, the figure that seemed to be disappearing in the wind actually turned back to attack the opponent's army. The figure in front of him flashed, and Tang Tian appeared like a ghost in front of him. Heavens Road grade martial artists were not a threat to Tang Tian, and the other martial artists were even less of a match for Tang Tian. Wherever Tang Tian passed, people and horses would be thrown off their feet, and the martial artists would fall like wheat being cut down. In that moment, the spear martial artist only felt that the spear in his hand was like a red-hot iron rod. His face was overwhelmed with shock. He subconsciously activated his true power, wanting to suppress Tang Tian's true power. Total annihilation. How could there be such a perverse person in the world? Without thinking, Tang Tian, who was curled up, exerted strength with his toes, and fiercely knocked backwards. Chapter 264. This was a scream. Tang Tian's left hand's blood rush shield received the hammer. His left arm heated up. Such a powerful force. The ice-cold peacock true power fused with his crane true power, the sharp and ever-changing crane true power, as though it was dyed with ice, immediately became extremely cold under the power of the crane. The crane body in his body was constantly changing. The true power was endless, extremely abundant. Tang Tian suddenly realized he actually did not need to take a breath. In the past, whenever the crane body dispersed and gathered, Tang Tian would need to take a breath. Was it because of the power of the crane? Tang Tian was instantly in danger. Not good. He looked rough, but his thoughts were meticulous. He was not arrogant enough to think that he could defeat Tang Tian with just one move. The terrifying power that Tang Tian had displayed had shocked him. He knew that he was not Tang Tian's opponent. A silver blue dot suddenly lit up from the deep brown rod aura. The Sand Rider Iron Guard held onto his abdomen, fresh blood flowing out from his fingers. His face was filled with pain and fear. The air blades disappeared, and the man heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly his face changed. He could not see Tang Tian's shadow. Blue Peacock. Pa. The battlefield was filled with countless of chaotic air currents. Any small flow of air would become Tang Tian's helper. His figure suddenly disappeared. Tang Tian's figure disappeared again. Chi. Just at this time, in the depths of Tang Tian's eyes, a needle-sized light aura suddenly lit up, as though a star was flying out from the endless void in his eyes. The changes in the surroundings did not escape Tang Tian's intuition. The danger was not only limited to the three of them. Behind the two Sand Rider Iron Guards on the left, one of the Sand Rider Iron Guards had already pulled his bronze bow. The cold arrow pointed straight at Tang Tian. And on the right and in front of him, there were three Sand Rider Iron Guards with concealed weapons in their hands. In an instant, he charged into the thick and powerful rod shadows. The Sand Cavalry Iron Guard, who wielded the rod, was overjoyed. His rod technique was called Swallowing Mountain Rod, and it was known for its thick and powerful force. Now that his opponent had charged into his rod shadows, it was his chance. Tang Tian did not stop at all. With a wave of the blood rush shield on his left arm, a blade-like air blade flew out from the shield and headed straight for one of the Sand Cavalry Guards. The man was shocked and hurriedly waved his iron fists. Two condensed fist auras hit the air blades. Originally, Tang Tian thought that this was a lightness skill to hide his body, but it turned out to be an excellent weapon in a chaotic battle. Tang Tian acted as if he didn't feel anything and continued to walk forward indifferently. Only the light on his fingertips became a little brighter. A Sand Cavalry Iron Guard made a circle with the long rod in his hand. A low and deep whistling sound was heard, and the muddy yellow shadow of the rod flew towards Tang Tian. Another Sand Cavalry Iron Guard brandished the long blade in his hand, and a thin snow-white blade, aura, coiled around Tang Tian like silk. Another Sand Cavalry Iron Guard wielded a broad axe, his eyes glaring angrily. With a roar, he waved out a fiery red axe aura straight towards Tang Tian. It was as if he was pulled into an endless void. Behind him, a blue figure that was more than 3 feet wide appeared, and it had the appearance of a peacock. The ice-cold peacock, true power circulated in Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian's state of mind slowly calmed down, as if he was soaking in ice water. Unknowingly, on Tang Tian's face, there was an additional indifference and coldness similar to that of a peacock. The crane body in his body was constantly changing, and the true power was circulating endlessly, dispersing into his 5 bones and 4 limbs. It was extremely comfortable. Although they were well trained, they were not afraid of death. Especially with Tang Tian's extraordinary performance, they could not see any hope of winning. An unprecedented sense of control surfaced from the bottom of his heart. Swallowing Mountain was very powerful, and everyone was very clear on it. The surrounding Sand Cavalry Iron Guards were all ready to unleash their killing techniques, and were waiting for Tang Tian to clash head-on with it. Once his true power stopped for a moment, it would be the best opportunity. Poof! Tang Tian walked slowly, as though he was taking a stroll in the park. The enemies around him did not seem to see him. The few people around him immediately understood his intention, and their faces revealed joy. Although the figure was somewhat blurry, but they could clearly feel the coldness and arrogance of the peacock. The more complicated the terrain, the more complicated the airflow, and the more unpredictable the wind would be. Borrowing the power of the hammer, Tang Tian slid backwards like he was on ice. Suddenly, he lowered his body, and as though he had eyes on his back, he dodged the Sand Cavalry Iron Guard's blade, Aura, and the bleeding cat blade scythe in his hand quietly swept past the opponent's waist. Silver armor! Xian Li's pupils constricted, but the killing intent in his heart had already risen. His willpower was firm and did not waver. Xian Li was now standing at the edge of a cliff. If he retreated a step, he would be smashed into pieces. Not to mention that Tang Tian had an additional silver armor. Even if he had more things, he would not be able to retreat from this battle. Tang Tian decided to ask Big Brother Jing how when the time came, as he knew too little about armors and martial spirits. Peacock true power. Tang Tian was surprised the connection between his martial spirit and Peacock seemed to be different from before. Tang Tian's heart moved, and a silver line of fire flew out from his martial spirit's silver flame and entered the blue figure behind him. When the silver line of fire connected with the blue figure, a cold and austere true power continuously flowed from the blue figure behind him and entered his body. His target from the start was Xian Li. No matter how strong he was, he would definitely not be able to kill all 500 of them, and the only effective way to defeat this team was to go straight to the center. When the last piece of skin on Tang Tian's body was covered by the blue peacock armor, the coiling power of the crane was like a thin layer of air pressed between the armor and Tang Tian's skin. 22 Sand Riders' iron guards, like quicksand, quietly swept towards Tang Tian. But the mechanical weapon was completely different, although it used star rocks, but the main body of power was still the martial artist's true power. It was like a true power amplifier, amplifying the martial artist's true power. The scene was a mess. Tang Tian's heart was filled with shock. He thought that his usage of Peacock was already very deep. He did not expect that. He actually felt that he had not even touched the door. A silver light appeared beneath his feet. A silver light followed his body, and with a speed visible to the naked eye, the silver light flashed, and the silver armor wrapped around Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian's body trembled. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Tang Tian was infected by Peacock's true power to be as calm as ice, but suddenly jumped, his cold lips, like a thawing ice field, lightly muttered. But at that moment, the blue peacock's change was undoubtedly a timely help. Kill! 10 fireflies dropped from Tang Tian's fingertips, drew 16 agile light scars in the air, and flew at a moderate speed into the crowd. Tang Tian's body trembled again. Tang Tian, who was in battle, was not stupid at all. The true power in Tang Tian's body was unprecedentedly abundant. Tang Tian suddenly started to increase his speed. The armor itself contained an extremely strong power. They were born from the constellation laws and formed one body. After countless years of accumulating an astonishing amount of power, it was like a huge treasure trove, and the martial artist needed to activate and open this treasure trove. A few Sand Riders' iron guards looked at each other, their eyes flashing a resolute look, and at the same time, they roared and pounced towards Tang Tian. Peacock's change caused Tang Tian's mind to tremble. Wind concealment. As though he was hit by a heavy fist, his entire body flew out, his chest caved in, and he was no longer breathing. The big net did not have a single flaw. The surrounding Sand Riders' iron guards were overwhelmed with shock. At that moment, they did not care about anything else, and all of their killing techniques were aimed at Tang Tian. All the routes were blocked. No one saw clearly how Tang Tian escaped from their killing techniques, especially when Tang Tian did not pull away from them, but instead attacked them, and their formation was immediately broken. Xian Li only felt an extreme sense of danger enveloping his heart. His heart jumped. He forced himself to calm down and bellowed, "Kill!" The other Sand Riders' iron guards were all terrified. They had never seen such a killing god before. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 of them had fallen. They could not even touch the corner of Tang Tian's clothes. His strength was too terrifying. Tang Tian suddenly grinned, but he did not know how cold and indifferent his smile was. Unique martial technique, killing technique, Demon King Blazing Firefly. He fiercely bellowed, all the true power in his body surging. The color of the rod became darker, like a huge mouth. It swallowed Tang Tian. Swallowing mountain rod, killing technique, swallowing mountain. The rod-wielding iron guard opened his eyes wide. His bulging eyes filled with disbelief. He could not even block one of Tang Tian's moves. Fireside Ghost Claw. Just like the blue of the peacock. Pursing his lips, he became cold and stern. Bloom, Demon King Blazing Firefly. His slow footsteps quietly increased in frequency. Tang Tian's upper body did not move an inch, as though he was flowing with silver light. The hanging cat blade was like a willow leaf swaying in the wind, the tip of the blade blossoming with the size of a grain of rice blue light. To be able to become a purple gold grade card, it meant that this martial technique had the potential to become a unique martial technique. Its power could be seen. This light body technique's most unique point was to be able to borrow the wind, like its name, hide in the wind. Its usage of the wind, which was the flow of air, had reached an unimaginable level. A ray of blue light instantly pierced through the rod's shadow, directly piercing into the rod-wielding iron guard's throat. He did not have time to retreat. A ray of dazzling blue sparks suddenly scuttled up from below his body, entering his chest. At this moment, he deeply experienced the difference between armor and mechanical weapons. Suddenly, a few fireflies made them feel as though they had suddenly returned to the summer night. The surrounding fighting noises suddenly became far away, and it became quiet. He was scheming to use his strongest technique to give Tang Tian some trouble, and thus give his comrades a chance. They had the advantage in numbers. As long as Tang Tian revealed a flaw, they would definitely win. Peacock True Power was extremely unique. It was extremely cold, flowing through his body. His gaze became ice cold, without a trace of warmth, but his mind became even more active. In such a huge battlefield, every minute detail was extremely clear. Tang Tian appeared behind the archer like a ghost. The archer seemed to sense something. His face changed, but before he could react, he felt a sharp pain on his back. The strength in his body was instantly sucked out, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 265. Xian Li, who was behind him, suddenly fell to the ground. Tang Tian. She had long noticed that Tang Yi's temperament was unique. Everything he did was meticulous, swift, and decisive. His words were straightforward. Until the word army came out, she then realized that was the typical style of a soldier. Why did I only realize it now? What surprised Tang Yi was that Bing nodded his head, as expected of a gold-ranked staff sergeant, resolute and unwavering. But, Staff Sergeant, please take note with your tactical attainments. You are still unable to participate in the discussion on the strategic level. But, Staff Sergeant, please be at ease. Master safety is the foundation of the revival of the army. I will not neglect this point. But I believe you also understand, Master is currently in a period of rapid growth. Any growth will not be without risks. Although I do not need to explain all this to you, but you are my first colleague, I do not wish for any misunderstandings to occur between us, although I know you will definitely follow orders. It was as though Huma saw a glistening golden thigh. Tang Yi was quiet for a moment. then bowed to Bing seriously. I understand. Master Bing, thank you for your explanation. A cold light swept past Exine Lee's throat. Plop! He did not expect the power of the crane to actually cause the star treasure to evolve. Crane's eyes lit up, even with his astonishing self-control. His heart could not help but be excited. Ling Su and Crane heard the commotion, one from the front, the other from the back, rushed over. Suddenly, 3 figures flew into the distance. There were too few records of the power of the crane, but Crane remembered one point. The power of the crane could connect with the martial spirit. After evolving, the power of the star treasure was too strong. 10 beautiful and harmless firefly lights entered the bodies of the 10 sand riders. When Tang Tian sat up and saw Tang Yi beside him holding onto the Zanbato, his heart was secretly moved, knowing that Tang Yi was worried about him. He laughed out loud. Don't worry. I was careless for a moment, but it feels so good. Wah-ha! Hua Air and the martial artists under her awoke from their stupor, and all went up to subdue Exine Lee's men. Crane was not willing to owe them a favor. The evolution of the star treasure was not just once, but it was a gradual process. The more the star treasure evolved, the more power the star treasure could use. When the number of evolutions accumulated to a certain degree, the star treasure would be able to communicate with the star constellation and project the power of the constellation onto the star treasure. At that time, the secret treasure had the power to change the sky and change the sun. Where did Lord Tang Tian come from? She was already completely subdued by Tang Tian's peerlessly powerful strength. But hearing Tang Yi's words, she was stunned to discover that she still underestimated Lord Tang Tian. To be able to become an army master at such a young age, this kind of terror completely toppled her world. There was not a single sound in the huge battlefield. He spoke in a typical military style, simple and direct. In this era, to be able to have an army, they were all powerful constellations. Lupus Constellation did not have a true army. The cultivator fighting Ling Su looked like he had seen a ghost. His eyes filled with deep fear as he muttered, "Artifact! Evolution!" Crane's shocked expression disappeared faster than Ling Su, his eyes revealing a look of deep thought. Ling Su did not know about the evolution of the star treasure, but Crane knew. But he did not know about it from the inheritance of the heavenly crane constellation, but from the records that his mother gave him. The few remaining Sand Riders, Iron Guards, had already lost their will to resist. Needless to say, the other martial artists were already scared out of their wits. The sounds of weapons dropping onto the ground could be heard as they all threw their weapons on the ground. The peacock true power was still flowing in his body, but the cold look in Tang Tian's eyes had disappeared, and what replaced it was the warmth of the sun after the winter. It was the old man and the other 2 who were running for their lives. The short moment of silence, the frightened gazes, the frozen expressions, the silence was like a painting. Army master, but under certain special conditions, this gigantic treasury could be opened, and the power of the star treasure would undergo an earth-shattering change, as though it was evolving, and that was why it was called the star treasure evolution. Bing's poker face revealed a bitter smile, and he muttered to himself, "When will there be a major general? If there is a more powerful major general, then I don't have to use my brain." Sigh, a major general is not realistic. A colonel is also not realistic. All right, a staff officer with some ability can make do. Ling Su and Crane looked at each other, a flash of surprise in their eyes. Tang Yi rarely spoke, but today he actually took the initiative to make a decision, which was slightly abnormal. But it was good that Tang Yi's decision was the best choice, and the 2 of them nodded their heads. He quickly made a bold guess. The thing that caused Tang Tian's star treasure to evolve was the power of the crane. Even Ling Su and the rest who were in an intense battle stopped and stared blankly at them. Tang Yi took a step and appeared beside Tang Tian. He bent down to check and then raised his head. "I'm fine. I'm just overworked. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." "Master Bing, please don't be too hasty," Tang Yi said, without fear. He looked at Bing's eyes. "Master Tang Tian is the army master. How can you personally take the risk? You are also Master Tang Tian's subordinate. Please put Master's safety as your first priority." The bodies of the 10 Sand Riders exploded. The blue flames soared into the sky like 10 blue roses in full bloom. The bone-chilling cold followed the wanton flames. Pervading out, the sky actually started to flutter with snowflakes. The silver armor on Tang Tian's body flowed down like water, and when the last silver armor disappeared, Tang Tian, who was standing straight, fell to the ground. Coincidentally, he knew the essence of the Star Treasure's evolution was the evolution of the martial spirit inside the Star Treasure. Without saying anything, Hua Er immediately led the way. "Let's go to the Fire Wolf tribe first," Tang Yi said directly. But at that moment, no one had the mood to chase after them. Everyone had not recovered from the shock. Bing seemed to know that Tang Yi was looking for him. His poker face became serious and nodded, "Staff Sergeant Tang Yi." But Crane also knew the evolution of Star Treasures was extremely difficult. The ancient records did not mention how to evolve Star Treasures. Crane secretly shook his head. His unfathomable aunt definitely knew. But he did not want to ask her, because of the matter with his father that year. His mother had a huge quarrel with the other side. Although his mother's relationship with the other side was much better, but she still stayed at Heavenly Crane Constellation, which showed her attitude. Just a few sentences made Hua Er, who was not far away, tremble with fear. Star Treasures were produced along with the constellation, and were accompanying treasures. They themselves contained a portion of the laws and power of the constellation. To a martial artist, this power was astonishing. It was like a huge treasure trove. But in truth, most people could only use a small portion of the power of the Star Treasures. The majority of the power was sealed in the Star Treasure and could not be used by others. Between the explosion that shook the mountains and the blue flames that soared to the sky, the snowflakes fluttered in the wind, sweeping past the perfectly straight silver figure, adding a touch of poignant beauty to the bitter battlefield. With that, Tang Yi left the recruit barracks. Bang! Tang Yi's gaze swept across the recruit barracks. Discovering Bing's figure, he strode to Bing's side and said, "Master Bing." The troops quickly set off, and throughout the entire journey, Tang Yi held onto his gigantic Zanbato, guarding by Tang Tian's side. This scene had an indescribable charm, imprinted in everyone's heart. Ling Su subconsciously held onto the silver spear in his hand tightly. Star Treasure Evolution? Xian Li stared blankly as Tang Tian walked in front of him. There was no one beside him. Just now, when Tang Tian released the Demon King Blazing Firefly, the majority of the targets were the Sand Riders' iron guards beside Xian Li. This guess made him excited. Ever since Tang Tian gained enlightenment on the power of the crane, Crane had been pondering on it every day. He did not have Tang Tian's astonishing talent, but his accumulation of the crane sex martial techniques was much more solid. He already had some ideas on how to cultivate the power of the crane. Seeing that there was no danger, Tang Yi quietly left and returned to the recruit barracks behind the cross door. Xian Li's lips trembled, but no words came out. His face was ashen, his eyes filled with despair. But he was extremely intelligent. Tang Tian's Star Treasure had just completed an evolution. In this period of time, if Tang Tian had any changes, it would be in 3 areas: gaining enlightenment on the power of the crane, training in the wind concealment, and the air shield strike technique. These 2 martial techniques obviously could not cause the Star Treasure to evolve, so the only possibility was the power of the crane. Tang Tian opened his eyes drowsily and said in a daze, did I fall asleep again? Where is this? We are on the way to the Fire Wolf tribe. Tang Yi said, Master, in the future, please don't do such things as the leader of the army. You should not be personally in danger. The recruit barracks is too small and cannot produce a junior officer. I have to think of a way. She suddenly had a premonition. The tribe's fate could very possibly be turned upside down because of her encounter this time. No matter what, I have to hug this thigh tightly. It was the first time Ling Su heard of such a term. He did not know what it meant, but he secretly remembered it in his heart. Tang Tian's display of strength made him almost unable to believe his own eyes. Heaven's Road grade martial artists in front of him were like vegetables being chopped. Such a ferocious and crazy performance made Ling Su dumbstruck. Ling Su and Crane exclaimed in surprise and rushed towards Tang Tian, but a figure was faster than them. Tang Yi, could it be that he was usually hiding his strength? And the sword in my hand, Tang Tian turned and left. His cold voice did not have a trace of warmth. Surrender or die. Ling Su and Crane heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them looked at each other, and then looked at the black mass of captives, feeling a headache. Crane took a deep breath, his gaze once again becoming deep. Without question, Tang Tian's background was not ordinary. As long as they hugged onto Master Tang Tian's thigh tightly, the tribe would be able to change the difficult situation they were in. Hu Ma-er secretly decided, no matter what request Master had for her, she would definitely not reject him. On the third day, Tang Tian woke up. Master Bing did not speak nonsense. Tang Yi was clear of his own abilities. Commanding 20 people to complete the orders was already his limit.